my god, I hate that fucking tired ass. I hate that tired ass excuse every fucking time. Bro, I'm adding this to my fucking soundboard. I just gotta, I gotta add this. This shit is just, I gotta add this fucking instrumental, bro. I just gotta add this instrumental, bro. I'm so sick of hearing that fucking excuse every fucking time. This fucking reasoning.
Almeraatje ochtend. Arja's keer.
Tijd om te dromen over de designerjas. Alweer. Oh, lounge? Bij Zalando? Wat geweldig. Is dit echt een outlet? Ah, de jas. En veel goedkoper. Tijd om die deal te scoren. Lounge bij Zalando. Niet zomaar een outlet.
Onweerstaanbiedingen bij Coolblue. Prijzersterke deals die je niet kan. Wissel je trage laptop om, maak je huis slimmer of ga voor de televisie met een haarscherp beeld. Ben er snel bij. Coolblue. Alles voor de glim.
That's like only being nice with the weird kid in class, just in case. Like, what the fuck?
I'm not black. Not black. No, I'm not black.
I watch a few Kaisenet streams. Come on, I love the little guy. Love the little guy. I invite him over for dinner. Well, now we're pushing boundaries. Well, now we're pushing boundaries. But I turn on the stream, I laugh, I have a good time.
Yeah, because now you're making me defensive. No, family, I promise you I'm not black. I wouldn't do that to you.
I would say no, somewhere along the line in your family, like...
If there was a black here, I would be fine and with you.
Some of them actually are alright, you know.
How many of them? Not many. Really?
This got me thinking, the fact he even thought there could be one alright black in this world must mean that he's one of them. He's probably wearing a mask or something.
How do I know that you're not black? Yeah, I would do that. You'd see something.
This wasn't good enough. This man needed to prove himself to me.
Whose streets? Whose streets? Say it with some conviction then. Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? One more time loud. You start going quiet. I'm sure you're not even good. Go louder. Whose streets? Whose streets? Sing the boats and send them back. Sing the boats and send them back. Whose streets? Why do you keep whispering? Okay, just one more time. Whose streets? Whose streets? There we go. Brother, bring it in. I love you, man. I love you. Oh, Tommy. Tommy. Brother, I love you, mate. Where you come from? Listen, I come from Stafford. I come from Spencer.
Well done, Captain. Say you. We appreciate you doing what you do.
God damn, what the fuck is that voice? What did he say?
Well done, Captain. Say you. We appreciate you doing what you do.
Yeah, but I appreciate you doing what you do. Why are you here today, mate?
I need a dose of stand firm.
It sounds like a fucking... It sounds like shattered marbles gurgling in his throat. Niggas. Run! Run for your life!
Accident.
Blackies.
What are we going to do?
The blackies.
Oh, we're scared. You're not scared?
The skin.
Because I've got to be real, but
They're right in their place. You do you.
I'll do it. And like, niggas be having so much to say in the safety and comfort of their own place, but when they really get pressed on the issue, nah, I didn't mean it like that. It came off the wrong way. I have black friends. I'll put my hands on my hat. I'll put my hands on my hat. Like that. Yo, Men in Black is literally the greatest.
in that place.
Gotcha.
Mate, I need some advice. How do you put them in that place?
Stand firm.
He gave me the best advice I'd ever heard. I needed to stand firm.
You're under arrest for violating sections.
So hand over whatever gallon
like see you might be carrying it. Step away from your busted ass vehicle and put your hands on your head.
I said, I'll put my hands on my head.
Fuck that.
On my head.
Fuck that.
Like that.
Oh my.
Like this.
It's
Yeah, grossy, icky, wow.
And that's exactly what I did. Marching through the streets.
Today we're learning.
I can't believe this shit is like, I mean, I can believe it, but it's so shocking to see every
It's
time.
my job to let you guys see it.
And as I marched on, I was curious to know why others like me were here.
What was your reason for joining us?
I gotta update my shit.
Legal immigrants. I'm against all that.
So where's the line then, mate?
Where?
Yeah.
Shout out to
What do
Muslims.
we do now?
Shout out to Mexicans.
Send them all back.
Shout out to Europe.
Yeah.
You know, 85% of Muslims, they're taking all our jobs. You know that?
Yeah.
And that's the thing I love when people believe false facts. You know, there's more
Wait, what is that?
Yeah, and that's the thing I love when people believe false facts. You know, there's been a survey, I don't know if you read it, you look like you read the news. 99% of the Muslims said they want to take over the country.
Yeah.
You read that?
Yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause that's what the thing is. When false facts just get said to you and you
90%
back it like that, it's just
of
mental.
them
mate.
that say they want to take over the country
You are
just
the
crazy.
king waffler.
Fucking idiot! Nah, he's fucking good.
They're not, yeah. You know how many Muslims have come into the country since 2019? 200 million, mate.
Yeah.
You read that?
Oh, you believe it?
Yeah.
Believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
200 million, mate.
69,
That's
man.
absolutely mental. They're ready to wage war with us. Did you read that one?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, of course you did, mate.
No fucking backbone whatsoever, bro.
England! Hold it up, mate.
At least people in this country don't believe everything they hear, because that could lead to groups being pitted against each other and some very dangerous views.
This is literally like that. That's the problem, and it's crazy that it's old people too. You think it would just be younger people who just see a post, see a caption, and not even read or look into anything. But it's old people too. They just see something that aligns with what their belief is, and then take it as fact, because why would they want to go against something that's what they believe? In this article here, this headline is clearly backing what they're saying.
This person I met was the true definition of dangerous.
What are we fighting for, guys?
I don't know.
Chat, I'm gonna start doing that, bro. Next time I say I don't like a game, or I think a game was
What are
not
you
on that,
fighting
I'm
for?
about to do that shit right now. Hold on. I'm about to do that shit right now. Chat, what was that new? Hold on.
Yeah, they really planned this shit, man. These white folks waving the flags.
Hold on. Here we go.
Hey. I didn't know England was active like this. They didn't like the black peoples like that. It's not. They didn't black. They didn't.
21 years after
They didn't like black people
PlayStation 2,
in it.
Konami has delivered what should have been
They
a
don't like
definitive
black
stealth
people in it.
experience for modern audiences.
Talk about it.
Instead, Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater feels like putting lipstick on a pig. Sure,
Facts.
it's gorgeous lipstick,
Facts.
but underneath lies the same stubborn, outdated beast that refuses to evolve with the times.
Thank you.
Don't get me wrong. The Unreal Engine 5 makeover is genuinely breathtaking.
Mm-hmm.
Jungle environments burst with life.
Mhm.
Character models look photorealistic.
Mm-hmm.
And Snake's face has never been more expressive.
Uh-huh.
But here's the harsh truth. Visual fidelity means nothing when your game controls like it's still 2004.
Thank you! Thank you!
The core stealth mechanics remain frustratingly archaic. Movement feels stiff and unresponsive compared to modern stealth games like Hitman 3 or even older titles like Splinter Cell Blacklist.
Facts.
Snake moves like he's carrying invisible weights. Animations drag on forever. And the camera system, even in new style mode, lacks the fluidity we've come to expect. Close quarters combat is particularly painful.
Oh, bitch. All he do is kick. All he do is fucking kick, bruh. And we not even talking about the cutscenes. You think you playing the game, bitch? You're watching a movie.
Honest answer, guys, I've got a confession to make, yeah? My granddad, he was actually mixed race. He was actually part black. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. Okay, mate. I'm sorry.
He said my
You don't care
granddad
about that stuff.
was part black. Fuck up, man.
Cannot see that.
Really?
Oh my gosh. Avoid. Damn.
You're right, actually. Wait, so we should be proud to be British, no matter where we come from?
When you live over here, you're proud to be British. You're out living over here.
Oh, yeah? No, I like.
Inside, mate.
Well, yeah, we all bleed blood, mate. So the reason, what's the reason you're here then, mate?
Because your neighbour come. They need to go. The neighbour wants to go. People want to try and make out they're embarrassed of the flag or whatever. Are you embarrassed of the flag?
I'm not embarrassed of the flag, mate.
Wow.
Okay, I thought we were losing them.
This is the first person I spoke to who didn't agree with my views.
The first one, can you believe it?
And as soon as they walk away, that camera almost got me. Bloody guy spun that camera almost got me in 4K. Fuck it.
Hey,
Fuck them all.
what did he even ask him then?
So,
Yeah, and we not even talking about the cutscenes. You think you playing the game, bitch? You're watching a movie.
honest answer, guys, I've got a confession to make, yeah? My granddad, he was actually mixed race. He was actually part black.
Fuck
Oh,
off.
that's okay. Is that okay, mate? I'm sorry. So you don't care about that stuff?
That's not bad, is it?
Yeah, like, I hate every black person I see here.
Cannot see that.
Really?
Oh my gosh.
They don't see it.
Avoid. Damn.
You're right, actually. Wait, so we should be proud to be British, no matter where we come from?
When you live over here, you're proud to be British. You're out living over here.
Oh, yeah? No, I like.
Inside, mate.
Well, yeah, we all bleed blood, mate. So the reason, what's the reason you're here then, mate?
Because your neighbour come. They need to go. The neighbour wants to go. People want to try and make out they're embarrassed of the flag or whatever. Are you embarrassed of the flag?
I'm not embarrassed of the flag, mate.
Wow.
Okay, I thought we were losing them.
This is the first person I spoke to who didn't agree with my views.
The first one, can you believe it?
And he was actually reasonable.
Bloody guy spun
What's
that
wrong
camera
with you?
almost
What
got me.
what have the blacks done to
Spun that camera almost got
That's
me in
dope.
4K. Fuck it. Fuck them all.
It's completely
Hey,
delusional if you think
as you can see, there is some light at the end.
Benefits us, and I hate them all. I was getting a bit flustered, so I needed someone with an actual grip on reality to calm me down.
Fuck you all. Prepare soda with a bubble.
He was still you grab him.
What are you doing up the time?
What are you doing there, you stupid prick, yeah? Hey, listen, flip flop, go away. I
That is so. Bust like that. I'm sorry.
Leave him to it.
Not right, is it?
No, it's not
I'm
right.
sorry. That shit's so fucking funny.
No, it's not right. I would have backed you, and we would have got him.
I just took it now.
Yeah,
That camera, we would have ended him. But let's not distract ourselves from the real reason we're here. To take back our streets.
Whose streets, mate?
Oh, shit. Our streets.
Whose streets?
Our streets.
Whose streets?
Our streets.
Oh, it's glorious. It's glorious.
Glorious.
It's glorious.
Our streets.
Whose streets?
Our streets. Lord God.
Whose streets?
Our streets. Lord.
Whose streets?
Our streets.
Wait, one sec.
Don't just elect us for you kids. Don't.
Whose streets?
Our streets.
Well, what is protesting, love?
Well, at the end of the day, who knows? Because fucking.
Yeah, that's how I feel
You
too.
know, laws, you know, the whole South outside in the room.
Oh, they call us racist for wanting all the blacks and the Muslims gone.
I love bacon. I love black pudding. Bring on the full fucking English breakfast. I want bacon. Hot, streaky bacon.
Yeah.
More bacon. vegan.
Yeah.
Just give me vegan.
Can I ask you a question, yeah?
Yeah, you can.
What's your...
Give me bacon.
I've got a favorite in a bunch.
That's the right answer. What's your least favourite, though?
I've got one about. If you're not Islam, out of the country, every fucking pound, 76 pence, out of every pound goes to Islamic hotels.
Yeah, how did you know all this stuff? Who teaches
Because I
you?
watch everything, I'm very fucking knowledgeable.
So wait, how many Muslims are there in the country?
There's about 40,000.
There's-
And they're breeding like fucking rabbits.
There's 14,000 in the country.
Yeah,
That's
and
absolutely
English
outrageous
women,
stuff.
English women, shut up.
There's 14,000
Yeah,
Muslims
you
here.
know Greedy Hopkins.
But wait, there's 14,000 Muslims in the country.
No,
There's
Islam.
14,000 Islams in the whole country.
All Spanish,
Well, how many then?
about 20,000.
20? Oh, no, mate. Don't say that, don't do that, no. There's no.
Now we get.
No, there's not. There's not.
Now we get.
That can't be. Hermione, no!
Now we get.
You're making me cry, mate.
It's more
You're making me cry. Listen, guys.
What's up, Giga Chad?
Come out and say something, yeah? Don't
And Louis, big Giga Chad.
people, mate. You don't judge
You don't touch people.
Now you fucking George, man.
Oh,
Oh,
okay,
straight.
but I don't like black people.
No, no,
Hey, straight.
I know what
Oh. All of us together.
right? Black people are fucking.
I know what
Oh. We get a picture, all of us together. Oh, that's a great pic. But listen, guys,
You
like,
make black side, you know, when we fuck them all, get them out of the
oh,
country
well,
now.
yeah, better.
This is a white country, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Twisting country.
Oh, yeah,
We
yeah.
don't need blacks, we don't need fucking Islam, we don't need fucking.
Yes, we don't
We
need
don't
the
need
black.
Jamaicans, we don't need no one like that.
What would you,
Rastafari, I think the great
what would you do if you saw a black right now?
Do you know what I've got? Me bag.
What would you do?
I've got 3 knives in the bag, I've got a fucking blade.
You've got 3 knives in your bag and you'd use them on the black if you saw one.
Fucking right, I would.
Oh, mental, that's crazy.
No, I think it was fucking.
Good, I'm glad you do that.
Do you want to say it?
No, we'll be fine actually, yeah, we'll be
I
good.
put one in the Smith box for a Chinese blade that fucking it will cook.
This is getting cringe. I'm not gonna lie.
She's dangerous, bro.
Crazy. Well, I think...
You say I gotta go to school. Go to school, man.
Oh, sweet!
Oh, straight!
High
This
streets.
is distraction tactics.
High streets.
Yeah, get out of there.
Meanwhile, a black person walked by, she lowered her fucking voice.
Wait, face
High
out.
streets.
What's your name?
My name is Ron.
My name's Alicia.
Oh, like a leash lady. Are you black?
Well, my dad's from Mauritius.
Oh, fair enough. Well, pleasure to meet
And
you.
you told her I'm racist.
Oh, so you're racist confirmed?
Right, I am.
Good.
She said fucking right.
I love you. I really love you. Like, I wish I could marry you.
Oh my god, I'm single.
Really?
I bet you are.
Nah.
What?
See you later. That's crazy. She said she got 3 knives.
Who the fuck was this guy?
See you later.
Weet je haar prinsessenfase nog? Nou, met Vintage nieuwe categorieën verkoop je echt van alles.
Bij
Van
ons
kleding
weet.
tot decoratie, boeken en meer. Verkoop zonder kosten. Gebruik je het niet? Verkoop het dan.
Eén enkele smaakbeweging. Philips Paristina maalt en brouwt.
I'm feeling fucked
Allemaal
up.
in één machine. Philips Paristina. Join the new coffee movement.
So I decided to watch this. Nico's videos are funny as shit, man.
Crazy. She said she got 3 knives in her bag with the blacks. Absolutely crazy. This is absolutely mental. Like, I genuinely...
I'm kinda, you know, yeah, I'm kinda low-key funny on this motherfucker. Really.
It's sad.
Damn
It's
right.
actually sad.
Opinions. I'll always remember our
no
relationship.
content.
I'll dream about cooking us some bacon,
It's
streaks of
sincere,
bacon,
you know what I
and
mean?
a
It's crazy because
whole
this could literally be anybody,
the
bro.
love of my life, and cross the bridge. I saw 32 million of us standing
I
together.
expose
strong.
racists in
Sometimes I
London.
think to
Hey,
myself,
London,
I
it's
get
in London.
scapegoated
That's
for all our
crazy.
country's issues.
I thought it's
But then I find
somewhere
myself
in
stop being
England,
so
but London,
stupid.
London, bro.
And I
I've
think I
been in
found a lady who knew the
shit,
true
that's
answers.
crazy.
She definitely wasn't just a catchphrase merchant.
I didn't know they hated black people
Free
like that.
speech.
Disgusting.
Yeah, free speech. Free speech. What we're documenting today.
What we got to do?
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry.
they've got to listen to us now.
And what are they listening about?
Yeah.
Well, we want our country back. We want the votes. We want the immigrants gone.
Yeah.
And back to Trump.
They love saying they love free speech,
yeah,
bro.
So how can we make
They love to say that, bro.
Stop the vote.
Stop the vote. True.
No, it's not hate speech. It's free speech.
So once the immigrants are gone, then we're okay.
It goes past that, but
I'm sorry, bro. Hold on, bro. This is like make Britain great again. This is literally the world we live in, but obviously people are gonna be oblivious to it if they don't have to deal with the shit. If they don't have to go through the shit, bro. If they're not hearing the things that are said about them. If they're not seeing the looks that are given to them, bro. Of course they're gonna be oblivious and act like none of this shit
Say,
is
bro,
affecting
what's up,
anybody.
bro?
Like, it's easy to do that when you're literally not affected by the bullshit.
vote again.
Yeah. So how can we make Britain great again?
It's easy to be oblivious.
Stop the vote.
Stop the vote. It's true.
Be something, you know what I mean?
So once the immigrants are gone, then we're okay.
It goes past that, but yeah, it'll help.
What can we do?
She got on, I'm sorry, hold on.
But yeah, it'll help.
She got on J's.
What can we do? Mental. She did that behind the camera. Absolutely mental.
If you didn't see that, this brave lady gestured that the answer to our problems is to shoot people. That's right, she straight up did gun fingers and suggested we shoot. And she's right. The answer to problems is always violence. Violence out of cans. So I needed a top up.
Yeah, I'm not.
Bro, I never get fucking superpowers, bruh. Don't let me get a Titan powers, bruh. Don't let me get no Titan powers, bro.
This whole time while I get a drink.
All left, mate.
Yeah, so literally for a while. Yeah.
Did you see Smino on the radar freestyle?
And
Yes.
seeing these idiots on here
Sometimes
is already pissing
folks
me
be
off.
saying shit. Really, it's
If you
outlandish.
just want to add the
It's
icing,
really attention seekers.
please,
There's
I
no
hope
need
you
to.
appreciate the experience. The more positive energy you, the better you will feel about yourself. I love my skin. My skin is powerful. Your skin is powerful. The way I talk is powerful. The way I dress, powerful. The way I rap. The way we act, powerful. Our hair. We're powerful, chat. We're powerful, all right? This video, oh my God. This video just got me like, God damn, like, I was got, like, chat, one thing you need to do, especially if you're a person of color, let your kid know that they're strong, and that they're important, and that they're loved. Because I for sure will make sure Demir knows that he's fucking loved. And everything about him is being mimicked by the people who swear they don't like his fucking skin.
That's it.
His culture.
Yeah, they're not loved by their mother. I don't know.
Whatever you are,
They,
bro.
they,
Whatever
some
you
folks
are, bro.
don't get attention much
Fucking,
from their kinfolk,
Mexican,
so they will
black.
seek attention by
What else they hate, bro?
misbehaving.
What else?
but then to other people's, to strangers,
Asians,
thinking that they got the upper end.
Muslims,
like
bro,
they are
what you need to do is just make sure your child knows. Make
smart
sure your
enough.
child knows that they're loved. If you have a child, if you have a little sister too, bro, little sister, little brother, like let them know they're loved. They're important, no matter what people say. And even if they're being mean to you, don't be mean back. Don't even say nothing back, bro. It's better, and it shows how stupid and ignorant they are. If you just hold your chin up high and be like, okay, walk away.
I'll just take your one then.
A bit left.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, proper geezer. Thank you, mate. Oh, it's raining.
But you know that meme? There's like a meme where it's like a drawing of a whole bunch of people talking, and there's a guy that's standing on the outside. He's like, you guys are... He turns around and be like... and then he turns back around and continues talking.
Yeah, I seen that.
That's how you just need to be, bro. That's how you just need to be, bro.
I seen that shit.
With my beer in hand, I reached them all.
You was really there.
Towards us.
Unite!
They're just labels to knock us down, but they can't, as it's been revealed that the turnout of this march was 3 million people. Only 100,000 people. Elon Musk's own AI.
You know how...
Elon was there. That's crazy.
Nigga, this is like... This is...
So projected.
Bro. This is scary, alright? This shit's scary. This shit's scary, bro. This shit like... It's like a clip out of The Boys, bro. It looks like a clip out of The Boys, bro. This shit is actually real fucking life, though.
It's a magical dance.
France is coming to you. You either fight back or you die. You either fight.
This is like the big... Yo, this is the starting level of a BioShock game.
Or you die. You either fight.
I'm so glad that a man with as much influence as Elon Musk is saying statements that can be interpreted in very extreme ways. Be ready for war. I want...
Yeah, I already know how he was. Once I seen like a few of the things that X was pushing that he retweeted and shit like that, I was like, oh, damn, really though? This how you are? Oh yeah, for sure I'm not gonna be on this app like that.
Right, you guys know that you're brave and you're strong and you can fight for us. With your help, we can take back the street because you guys are the next generation. What'd you say?
I can't believe he has kids.
What'd you say?
This is...
You got 2 kids.
When I was your age, I wanted this country to be great, and you want this country to be great. And what are you going to do to make this country great? You're going to fight for us? You're going to kill for us? When the time comes, you're a good lad, good soul. What are you doing here today? What are you standing up for? Our culture. Yeah. Of course we have culture. What's your favourite English dish? The roast dinner, exactly. What's your second favourite?
Strong culture. Such strong culture.
Favourite? Curry, mate. Yeah, exactly. It's good food. You can't complain. Listen, mate, thank you so much for being so kind in answering that question and keep eating that curry, mate.
I'm done. Let me test something.
This shit funny as fuck. Yeah.
Hey, bet. Button works.
Freaking curry, a food that has defined
Freaking
English culture
curry,
for
mate.
centuries. There was one more
Yeah.
person I wanted to speak to before I headed home.
Hey,
It's like I'm not even mad watching it. I'm just like, damn, this is real. Like, this is how people are. This is how people feel, man.
oi. Fucking Britain till I fucking die. Yeah. That speech, I mean, I left because it was starting to waffle on a lot, but like, we're taking our country back, mate. What was your favourite part of that whole speech?
I couldn't hear none of it. I've got one deaf ear,
Oh, yeah.
but just this.
Yeah, this is, yeah.
Fucking awesome.
And it's what it's about. And what is it about?
It's fucking taking our country back, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. And who are we taking it back from?
That is fucked.
Yes, and who are we taking it back from?
The dirty fucking immigrants.
Exactly.
Dirty immigrant, man.
Which immigrants specifically?
I don't give a fuck.
All of them. We want our...
All of
You know, not too much to fucking us, and we're taking it.
Yeah. For it.
yeah.
Cheers, mate.
What's your name?
My name, Nick. Thank you, mate. Nice to meet you, John.
Take it easy.
Take it easy.
Good day.
You have a great day, mate.
What an eventful time I've had. But the question is, what did I think of this march?
When it comes to community, it doesn't go any better. If you look like me, you're going to have an absolute amazing time, I promise you that. Anyone else, I'm not so sure. But for community, I would give this a 5 out of 5. Of course. And when it comes to genuine kindness, well, everyone was so kind. Nothing vulgar said at all. We're all on the same page. 5 out of 5 as well. Loved it, mate. What a time.
Imagine living in a world where something could be happening and people are telling you, I wouldn't go down this street right now. Like right now, I would not go down this street. You can't even feel safe in the place that you live. That's insane to even think about.
He really killed it, actually.
These marches, if people spoke unfiltered to someone who looked like them, and the answer has genuinely shocked me.
There's enough.
Racist confirmed.
From this, I think it's clear to say there's a clear racism and Islamophobia issue in the UK. I don't believe everyone at this march is racist, but it's clear a lot of racists feel very comfortable being involved, and instead of anyone here calling it out, it's completely denied.
It's not a racist party.
These are far right, these are racist. I don't see any racism. There's no far right, there's no hooligans here, there's no racism here. It's nothing to do with skin colour.
Labels. Racist. Islamophobe.
It's out there.
But they are far.
Me,
You're a
and
dead
I
man,
just
I
ask all
will
of the
kill
angry
you,
people sending them
who will
towards me
murder
one
you.
favour. Let's just spell my name right.
Shit.
Love and guidance. Peace out. And
Jeez.
You got something to say, nigga. At least spell my name right.
GG. What?
Mankind's most advanced AI soldier.
To people, negative things are going to happen to you. Like, I truly want to know, is this even real? How do you call it? You call it karma, right? Karma. Do you believe karma's real?
Yes.
Do you really think...
Well, I don't believe it. I think.
Bad things end up happening to him? Or have you never seen somebody that's known to be a bad person, criminal, you know, that has lived a beautiful life for a long time and never really been brought to books. And somebody's going to talk about, oh, well, you know, karma sometimes it's going to happen in heaven where you're going to be thrown in hell. No, not like that. Do you firmly believe that if you do bad things are going to happen to you? Or karma is just a form of people hoping that bad things happen to you? Because sometimes they don't. Well, this case is very interesting. He's going to jail. Why is he going to jail? What's happening, everybody? I hope you're doing good. It's a beautiful day. Thank you very much for stopping by. Here we talk about the motherland, Africa. It's a pleasure to have you. Your first time, my name is Zach. We like you here. We want you to stay. Okay, please stay. Click on the button, subscribe so you can see each other every single day. We come back every day. Great stuff. Today we're talking about Africa. We're talking about Africa through this man right here, Sarkozy. Sarkozy is an ex-French president. He's going to sentence him to 5 years in prison after finding him guilty of criminal conspiracy in a case related to illegal financing of 2007 presidential campaign funded by Libya. So in easy, Sarkozy was a French president, right? He went to Mohamed Gaddafi back in time to have a discussion. Well, Mohamed Gaddafi, president of this country here, Libya, was a great man for his people. You know, he wasn't democratic. There was no democracy or elections happening over there, but they were happy. I know it sounds odd and crazy to think that there are other systems that work that are not democratic, but in Libya it's worked because they had a beautiful life. They got money from the government for nothing. Okay, they got money every time the government sold oil or petrol because they have a lot of it. Whenever a man married a woman, they gave them $5,000. Imagine. Whenever they had a baby, they gave them an apartment for free. For every person that wanted to start agriculture, they gave him tools, a trainer, money, lands, go start. Mohamed Gaddafi, this man right here that people call dictator, brought in water in the country. I mean, look at Libya right here. Libya used to be water, very hot. He did the big in the world, bringing water from the sea into the land, and he made the land arable, so the land could be cultivated, so the farmers could thrive. You imagine in a country where you can get help from the government, they give you a trainer, they give you lands, they give you money, just start your farm. You don't have to pay us now. Whenever you feel like you want to pay, you can pay back. That was the Gaddafi's Libya. They call him dictator. In Libya back in time, if you fell sick, okay, you need to be treated in a different country because the country doesn't have the tools. The country will give you money and a family member to go with you, to accompany you on a trip, whether it's Switzerland, Japan, whatever, for good treatment, and they will pay for everything.
I came here with my daughter for treatment. The Libyan government is supposedly paying for it. Why am I being treated so badly?
But they call him who? Dictator. Because he was threatening the West. Now, at that time, Mohamed Gaddafi's country was closed up. There was no business happening over there. You know, most of the countries are just markets. Did you know that? Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Congo, so they're just markets. Yeah, you are markets. They like you because your market is open. If your market is closed to European businesses, they're going to treat you the same way they treat Cuba and North Korea. Did you know that? Yes. Venezuela is going through the most because Venezuela wants to work the goods that they have for the people of Venezuela. They're not open to the market of everybody else. Now, Gaddafi was also closed. They didn't have any McDonald's back then or KFC. I know you know McDonald's and KFC. And these businesses did not have access to Libya. And back in time, they wanted to make war against him. And at a certain time, he relaxed. But then Sarkozy came into the country. When Sarkozy came in the country, he had a discussion with Sarkozy. Sarkozy said, I see you trying to open up. We can do a campaign for you. How about we speak positively about you? Okay, since everybody hates you, you know, at least you have a bridge. You know, I'm European and stuff. You're African, even you look kind of light skinned, but you're still African. Now, I can talk for you. I can make the world see that you're a good person. The positive things about Libya. And you give me money. You just finance me so I can become the president. Back in time, Sarkozy was not president yet. He was just an employee of the government of France. He went to Libya, had a discussion with the Libyan president. That was not an official discussion.
Gaddafi had
It was
one
a
of the
discussion between
dopest
him and the
freaking
president of Libya.
pendant
Gaddafi
on
said,
his
okay, I'm going to
chest.
sponsor you.
An
I'll give you some
African,
money so you get
black,
really positive
all
things.
black shit is
Well, they
heavy.
sent him money numerous
I
times.
don't know.
Approximately
If people can
$50
find
million,
it,
sometimes in cash.
I don't know what the
He
price
went,
of that is,
he
but
went to election, he won the
I will
election, he
buy
became
it.
president of France. Guess what he did next?
And I
The
don't
very
want no
next thing
fake
he did,
one.
he
I want
organized
exactly
himself with
that
Obama
one.
to go and bomb Libya. Somebody helps you, okay? You come to his country poor, you're looking for opportunities, and he said, I'm going to help you. Even though you say you're going to open the market for me, you're going to make sure that everybody perceives me in a good light, even though he didn't need that. He only needed approbation from his people, and he had it. Sarkozy said, I'm going to do the work for you. I will help you. But sponsor me. He sponsored Sarkozy. Sarkozy went back to France, became president, and went with Obama and that other lady. They went and bombed Libya. They bombed Libya and they killed him like a dog in the street.
Ja, ja, speel bij Casino. Het online casino van Nederland. En krijg nu €25 helemaal gratis.
They bombed Libya and killed him like a dog. Later on, his son came and said, President Sarkozy took money from my dad. Because, okay, obviously in France it's forbidden. You can't take money from another country to sponsor like that, president like that, to sponsor your election. There was cases of corruption. I mean, you're trying to hide the money by buying houses and stuff like that. It didn't work out because they traced the money. Okay.
Sarkozy must first give back the money he took from Libya to finance his electoral campaign. We funded it. We have all the details and are ready to reveal everything. The first thing we want this clown to do is to give the money back to the Libyan people. He was given assistance so that he could help them, but he's disappointed us. Give us back our money. We have all the bank details and documents for the transfer operations and we'll make everything public soon.
Sarkozy has been convicted of criminal conspiracy and sentenced for 5 years in jail. Imagine, a president's going to go to 5 years in jail and 100,000 euros in fine. 5 years in jail. How many times do you see African presidents going to jail for taking money or doing fraud or fraudulent activities? They don't do it. You know why they don't do it? Because the living president, he says, if you prosecute me, trust me, people coming behind you will prosecute you too. So the Africans are suffering. The president of France is going to jail for 5 years. Is this karma?
5 years
I'm
is
asking, is this
less.
karma? So the court has said that he
for
must
what he
begin
did.
his jail term, even if he appeals, because he says he's not, he didn't do anything, everybody's coming after him, he didn't do nothing. The court says he must start jail even though he appeals. He can go appeal while being in jail. That's what it is for you.
Now, Patriot truly knows the no balance. I will assume my responsibilities. I will comply with the court summons. And if they absolutely want me to sleep in prison, I will sleep in prison. But with my head held high. I am innocent. This injustice is a scandal, and I will not apologize for something I did not do.
Et s'ils veulent absolument que je dorme en prison, je dormirai en prison. Mais la tête haute. Je suis innocent.
That's what it is for you fellas. I mean, it's crazy. Does karma really exist? That's my question. And I know, tell me, how do you feel about that? I know Christians are here, but karma is not a Christian concept, okay? Just let me not burst your bubbles. Karma is a Hinduist concept, and I know a lot of you Christians don't like Hinduists because you think they're witch. Okay, so if you're going to talk about karma, find another word. Don't say karma. Karma's going to hit you because you don't believe in that. Is karma real? Is this karma for Sarkozy? Let me talk about the president of Libya. He was a great man. He wanted to free Africa. Back in time, Africans used to make phone calls using cell phones. They were very expensive. Do you remember? Very, very expensive. When I think end of 1990s. Yeah, very, very expensive phone calls. From your room to the next door house, very expensive. Why? Because African calls were to be routed from your room to Europe satellite and back to your next room, your neighbor's house. Yes, from your room to European satellite to the neighbor's house. Imagine. So it was very expensive. Africans used to pay about $400 million for routing calls to European satellite. What did Gaddafi do? He asked everybody to come together with some money so Africans can buy the first telecommunication satellite. And African, because you're crazy, you just, do you know how hard it is together to put money for some cause? Do you know how difficult it is? It's a mission. I'm not teaching you this because you know it. To put $400 million together. Actually, they paid $400 million to the Europeans. But the satellite itself cost $500 million. Africans could not come together to put the money together. Because the yeah, my auntie broke her leg. I wanted to contribute, but why didn't you ask me yesterday? Isn't that the most courage? And I'm sure even ladies know this when you ask a man for money. Oh, why didn't you tell me yesterday? You should have told me yesterday. That is an African problem. Do you see it in the Caribbean? In Haiti? In Trinidad and Tobago? Yes. We have the same demons in America. Rihanna even sang a song, I want my money. Don't act like you forgot. You know that song? Because it happens all across your communities, even in Africa. Africans should not come together to put the money so they can buy satellites. What did Gaddafi do? Gaddafi say, okay, I am paying $400 million for the satellites. You guys put together $100 million. That's when Africa got its first satellite, through Gaddafi. Gaddafi built the mosque, biggest mosque in Uganda, for the Islam to pray. Gaddafi did a lot of things. He paid money for some countries to free themselves. Libya was one of the countries that owed no money to World Bank. They hated that, and that was the reason why they went. Now, the final cause why they took him out is because he wanted Africans to have a brand new currency, a united currency based on gold. Are we the poor people or they the poor people? We live in a world where people with the most riches are the people with gold, diamond, uranium. But it looks like we got all that stuff. Now, how come we see on TV every time they want to come and help us? How are they helping us? When did the paper currency become the currency? When? How? How did that get valued? It makes no sense, he said to the African people. How about we create what we're going to call the dinar? It's going to be a currency based on gold. So, you have gold, you have money. You have no gold, you have no money. Let's see who's poor, who's rich. That was the breaking line. That was at that point that they said, you know what? No, we need to take this personal. Look at Obama saying he's killing his own people. You need to stop this man.
Gaddafi declared he would show no mercy to his own people. He compared them to rats and threatened to go door to door to inflict punishment. And as president, I refuse to wait for the images of slaughter and mass graves before taking action.
I mean, people are still suffering in Detroit. You don't care about those people. I mean, the project in America, you don't look after those people, but you want to go save Libyans that you had never met before. Sarkozy going to jail for 5 years. Does he deserve it? Number one. Number two, is this karma? Should you be all afraid of karma? It's just, well, it's just like, let me know how you feel about this. It was a great pleasure.
You messed up, man. Who's for I don't know. Guys, what's up?
Oplopen tot wel 120 miljoen. Eurojackpot. Een spel van Nederlandse Loterij.
Just speak English if you can, please. Konnichiwa. We just konnichiwa. Fucking fly. Okay, Murillo station Portugal. Okay, Landa Filipino. Okay. Murillo station Portugal. Yeah, come on, guys, come on, bro. Okay. Nice one. Maybe that was Ghana. Ghana to Monday. Ghana to goal. On goal. Pass from Ghana to take the defender and on goal. Beautiful on goal. Don't see a baby. I found myself on phone. What does somebody say? Lakshmi Das Devi. Hello, bro. What are you doing? I'm just watching Champions League games, highlights. Okay. That's a red card. That's a red card. And played.
Verdient het beste. Hoe je leven er ook uitziet. Je kinderen elke dag weer energie geven. Dat verdienen ze. De waardering, die komt later wel. Je verdient het. Een frisse start. Met een nieuwe liefde. Verrast worden. Een beetje hulp. Lekker hè? Je verdient het. Vers eten. En kwaliteit verdien je altijd. Elke dag weer. Lidl, je verdient het.
Ligt 6.437 kilometer van Bernabeu. Het is 8 uur vliegen van Madrid naar Almaty. Kairat staat op plaats 151 in de ranking van de UEFA. De waarde van de selectie is 12. Die van Real Madrid is 1.400.000.
Yeah. Why would you even do this?
Legt de bal in het net. 20 minuten gespeeld. In Alma-Ata. Keurig, prachtig. Mbappé. Kalmouza. Is het een penalty? Mastantuono komt in aanraking met Kalmouza. Penalty dus. De minuut. Real Madrid is nog niet één keer voor het doel van Kairat geweest. Deze keer wel. Santuono. Er staat 0-1. Doelpunt Mbappé en een penalty. Hij heeft nu alle 4 doelpunten van Real Madrid gemaakt. 2 tegen Olympique Marseille en nu 2. Hij is veel sneller dan die man met nummer 80, Sorokin. Kuren. Zoekt meteen Mbappé. Als hij opschiet. 9
Mbappé.
wedstrijden. 10 doelpunten. 0-3.
Another assist for
Ja. Mooi. Rodrigo en Camavinga. Keeper ook al voordat de voorzet gegeven was. Goede invalbeurt van Rodrigo. Nou, Brahim Diaz. 5-0. Je zou denken, na 8 uur vliegen en op hoogte, dat Kairat in het voordeel is. Maar Real Madrid maakt er appelmoes van. Geen veldje aan de lucht. Xabi Alonso.
Wij zorgen voor de analyses en jij hoeft alleen maar lekker te genieten op Ziggo Sport.
Madrid are lucky. Each and every game they play is just so fucking lucky, man.
Zit ook de...
Yeah.
Mooiste woonartikelen voor jouw huis.
Sterretje, ga nu naar carglass.nl en maak een afspraak. Verzekerd tegen ruitschade? Dan is de reparatie maar gratis. En jij kunt weer veilig op weg. Ga nu naar carglass.nl.
Carglass repareert. Carglass vervangt.
Welcome to another story of any man where we give it to you straight and no chaser. Let's get to it. Bad Bunny, who said he's never coming back to the United States because of ice. I guess the ice is melted because he will be performing in the state of California, which is kind of a foreign country. They just passed a law for anyway,
No pata.
The Super Bowl. Did he did it again? Yes. Did he? Did he? Did he? Did he?
No pata.
That's the word on the streets. Bad Bunny got Dickler. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Allegedly. Look, ice. I don't even know if they ice, but they look like cartoon characters. Chasing his delivery guy in Chicago on a bike. Not catching. It was about 12 of them up. Let's check it out.
Murder. Shit. He gonna.
You can't say the ice without the motherfuckers attempting to arrest you. What the fuck is this country becoming, huh? This is some motherfucking neo-Nazi motherfucking Nazi shit. And I ain't standing for it. And ain't nobody in the world standing for it. Hundreds of thousands, millions of people around the globe is burning down governments. I'll keep this shit up. You're next. The Capitol's gonna burn. Ain't nobody going. And that White House gonna be. These white people have completely lost their mind. Now they're trying to give Charlie Kirk, what the fuck his name is, the silver dollar coin. Martin Luther King ain't even on the coin yet. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Kennedy, he can't get a coin? He can just get a bullet. Oh, okay. So he's pro-Trump. So, yeah, get that motherfucker 50, half a dollar piece. Yeah, that's some bullshit. Period. That's it. I said it. It's some bullshit. Give his family some money because y'all killed him. You know who did it. So pay the motherfuckers. Don't just hand them a 50-cent piece. Give them $50 million. You killed the motherfuckers. Because they didn't have to do that. We'll be right back. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Like, comment, and subscribe. Not necessarily in that order, but you know what to do. And don't forget to check us out on Radiant. Yeah, that's for my brother Drew. You know, just had to hit it one time. You know, he's here in the studio. Lee Drew Williams. Yeah, Alama Lee Williams. You know, the daddy of Schizo is in the building, y'all. Anyway, yeah, we'll be right back after this commercial break. And I'm back. That's the quickest commercial you ever seen, ain't it? We never try shit. But I just keep saying commercial break. So, commercial break. As the news goes, Jay-Z's multi-billion-dollar casino extravaganza to take place in New York has fallen through the cracks just to be picked up by Nas.
Well, isn't that something special?
Not only is the beef still going on, Nas is still whooping his ass. Anyway, I believe Jay-Z got turned down because he's connected with the Diddy shit. So that doodle get on you, and don't nobody want to smell that shit in no casino. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Terrence Bud Crawford was pulled over by the police in his home state of Omaha right after his victory parade, and they held him at gunpoint. Check the video out. Check the shit out.
Seatbelt and seatbelt. Open the door. Take my door. Right here on my right. I'm keeping my fucking hands up.
I'm not reaching for no gun. Can I hold my...
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's time to move, Nick. It's time to move. Them Omahas, they just good for steaks They don't like this, but they good for steaks. So pack up some beef and head somewhere where niggas is loved. Houston. But be careful, it's a serial killer down there. Yeah, we'll be right back, man. Pack up, I'd leave, man. Them motherfuckers knew who you was. I guarantee they watched the damn fight. They just wanted to f with you, because you was a in their eyes. Goddamn jigaboo. We don't like the time around here, boy. You don't bang around here in your fancy little car. Got your little hot little baby mama in the back seat. And some on the side saying he gonna kick his hands up. Can I just get my phone? Get out the goddamn car, boy. Trump is winning court cases. He ain't winning nowhere else in the world, but he winning court cases. But yeah, YouTube agrees to pay him $24.5 million to settle a lawsuit for suspending his account in 2021. Well, has anybody else been shadow banned by YouTube? I mean, let's start a class action lawsuit against them motherfuckers. I want my money. And I want the ticker to keep ticking. Huh? How come we stopping at 500,000 subscribers? You full of shit, YouTube. YouTube. Where my millions? Huh? You banned me too, Welcome back to NNN. The tariff-happy orange man. He's putting 100% tariffs on movies that are made outside the U.S. Obviously, he doesn't understand the film industry. So, yeah, 100% tariffs, because some films, part of it is shot overseas, especially if you're in a Tom Cruise film. He's in Italy, he's in Rome, he's in Chicago, he's in D.C. You know, that's how movies are shot. Locations, you know what I mean? So I don't know what the 100% tariffs on movies that are shot outside the U.S. is going to do for the country. Huh? How about some jobs, some new streets? You gonna put some tariffs on Mexican cocaine? Huh? That's what you need to put a tariff on. Mexican cocaine. Huh? And leave the weed to us. We the smokers keep handing out them goddamn licenses to them white people. They don't even smoke as much as we do. Yeah. Anyway, tariff the cocaine. Then tariff the motherfucking pharmaceutical companies that are poisoning the whole goddamn world with them jibs and jabs. And yeah, tariff them child trafficking motherfuckers that they keep catching and letting go. Yeah, tariff them motherfuckers. 100%. Tariff Epstein. He's still alive. Tariff that motherfucker. You know him. Y'all real close. They got to stand. So y'all hold hands and sing. As I alluded to in the last piece, there is a statue. Somebody created it. Somebody with money, because it's a nice statue. And it's a big one. It's a giant statue of Donald Trump and Epstein holding hands. Yes, check it out. Check the picture out. And Doge, still wondering where the list. I'm still wondering where the list. As soon as I get in there, I'm putting it out. Now I'm subtracting. And the leaked audio.
Oh shit!
They're gonna remove every Republican.
I miss a lot.
They
Yeah, replay everything.
He's here in the studio. Lee Williams. Yeah, allow me Lee Williams. You know, the daddy of Schizo is in the building, y'all. Anyway, yeah, we'll be right back after this commercial break. And I'm back. That's the quickest commercial I'm saying. After
I can breathe again. I can breathe. I said breathe. I said breathe. I can breathe.
As the news goes, Jay-Z's multi-billion-dollar casino extravaganza to take place in New York has fallen through the cracks just to be picked up by Nas.
Well, isn't that something special?
Not only is the beef still going on, Nas is still whooping his ass. Anyway, I believe Jay-Z got turned down because he's connected with the Diddy. So That doodle get on you, and don't nobody want to
But,
smell that in no casino. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Terrence, Bud Crawford was pulled over by police in his home state of Omaha right after his victory parade, and they held him at gunpoint. Check the video out. Yeah, check the shit out. Yeah. Check it out. Seatbelt. I'm opening the door. I'm opening the door. Right here on my right. I'm keeping my fucking hand. I'm not reaching for no gun, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's time to move, nigga. It's time to move. Them Omahas, they just good for steaks. They don't like this, but they good for steaks. So, pack up some beef and head somewhere where this is love. Houston. But be careful, it's a serial killer down there. Yeah, we'll be right back, man. Pack up. I'd leave, man. Them motherfuckers knew who you was. I guarantee they watched the damn fight. They just wanted to with you. Because you was a... And their eyes. Goddamn jigaboo. We don't like the kind around here, boy. You look like around here in your fancy little car. Got your little hot little baby mama in the back seat. And some on the side saying gonna pick his hands up. Can I just get in the phone? Get out the goddamn car, boy. Trump is winning court cases. He ain't winning nowhere else in the world, but he winning court cases. But yeah, YouTube agrees to pay him $24.5 million to settle a lawsuit for suspending his account in 2021.
Okay.
Well, has anybody else been shadow banned by YouTube? Put it in the comments. Let's start a class action lawsuit against them. I want my money. And I want the ticker to keep ticking. Huh? How come we stopping at 500,000 subscribers? You full of shit, YouTube. YouTube. Where my millions? Huh? You banned me too,
Toptransfer maken naar een nieuwe club? Check dan de vacatures bij jou in de buurt op werktalent.com.
Met Yakult maak je nu iedere week kans op KitchenAid prijzen en verhoog je het aantal goede bacteriën in je darmflora. De perfecte mix voor goed.
Canal Plus biedt het tv-abonnement voor jouw moment. Beste zangers kijken op de beste plek. Meer dan.
What's all these skip commercials?
Welcome back to In. The tariff happy orange man. He's putting 100% tariffs on movies.
What the fuck is he saying? What? Our movie making has been stolen from the United States of America by other countries, just like stealing candy from my baby. California, with its weak and incompetent governor, has been particularly hard hit. Therefore, in order to solve this long-time, never-ending problem, I will be imposing a 100% tariff on any and all movies that are made outside of the United States. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America... yeah. He say DJ T out. I'm out. President DJ T, I'm out. Peace, y'all.
Obviously, he doesn't understand the film industry. So, yeah.
People are playing with fire.
Some films, part of it is shot overseas, especially if you're the Tom Cruise film. He's in Italy, he's in Rome, he's in Chicago, he's in DC. You know, that's how movies are shot. Locations, you know what I mean? So I don't know what the 100% tariffs on movies that are shot outside the U.S. is going to do for the country. Huh? How about some jobs, some new streets? You gonna put some tariffs on Mexican cocaine? Huh? That's what you need to put a tariff on. Mexican cocaine. Huh? And leave the weed to us. We the smokers. Keep handing out them goddamn licenses to them white people. They don't even smoke as much as we do. Yeah. Anyway, tariff, the motherfucking pharmaceutical companies that are poisoning the whole goddamn world with them jibs and jabs and yeah, tariff them child trafficking motherfuckers that they keep catching and letting go. Yeah, tariff them motherfuckers. 100%. Tariff Epstein. He's still alive. Tariff that motherfucker. You know him. Yeah, y'all real close. They got a statue. So y'all hold hands and sing. As I alluded to in the last piece, there is a statue. Somebody created, somebody with money does. This is a nice statue. And it's a big one. It's a giant statue of Donald Trump and Epstein holding hands. Yes, check it out. Check the picture out. And Doge, I'm wondering where the list. I'm still wondering where the list. As soon as I get in there, I'm putting it out. Now I got to retract it. And there's a leaked audio where Doge says they're going to remove every Republican off the list before they release it.
So yeah, every Republican or conservative person in those files, leave all the liberal, Democratic people in those files.
Yeah, just attack the Democrats. What about you reptilicans, huh? Huh? All y'all some mother freaks. All y'all some mother freaks. All of y'all. We'll be right back after this commercial.
Who are the reptilicans?
Jerry Jones, I'm paying to this motherfucker. He don't play. He just owns the team. But y'all got to pan to his ass in that owner's booth. And he looks like he's lacking blood. He's a vampire. He need to go and fight somebody.
Yeah, he had to get cooked.
Because he had a big old giant cold sore on his lip. You know,
You can't be eating people.
You suck him on the neck like a regular vampire. You ain't gotta suck it and just get the blood. Anyway, sports. This is the most obvious, blatant scam of sporting history. Iowa and Indiana had this game. Now it came down to 3 seconds in the game. Why the fuck is the quarterback? All he had to do was take the ball, take a knee, game over. Could have covered the spread, but no. He takes the ball, runs 40 yards end zone to get a safety, and all bets were not covered. Now tell me the NFL, college football, and everything in this fucking up-ass goddamn world is fixed. It's all fixed. And Jerry Jones, fix your face. Something wrong with you, you old motherfucking racist son of a bitch. Upcoming to a date. This Saturday, I will be at the MGM.
Back to this.
Springfield. The most obvious, blatant scam of sporting history. Iowa and Indiana had this game. Now it came down to 3 seconds in the game. Why the fuck is the quarterback? All he had to do was take the ball, take a knee, game over. Could have covered the spread, but no. He takes the ball, runs 40 yards, a safety, and all bets were not covered. Now tell me the NFL, college football, and everything in this fucking up-ass goddamn world is fixed. It's all fixed. And Jerry Jones, fix your face. Something wrong with you, you old motherfucking racist son of a bitch. Upcoming to a date. This Saturday, I will be at the MGM. Springfield, Massachusetts. Yes, Springfield, Massachusetts. MGM. Count those tickets now before they all gone. Detroit, you already know where I'm going to be at the Motor City Casino this Friday night. Yeah, hey, I think it's like 3 tickets left, so you better run and get them up. Because they already go! like the internet where we give it to you straight and no chaser. Well, since the United Nations and, the U.S. of A. Can't seem to, get food over to these people in Gaza, brave people from about 50 countries, including Pakistan, with 44 boats travel to Gaza with food under protection of warships from Turkey and Italy. Now, who they protect themselves from? Is it us or is it Israel? It's one of them two. So, bravo to those 50 countries for standing up for humanity, feeding people. Those are people, just in case you didn't know. Those are people. Because people are people. So why should it be? You and I should get along so awfully. Depeche Mode. The numbers have come out on the Disney Council subscriptions. Yeah, that's why they brought him back. 1.7 million people unsubscribed, including me. And I'm still not resubscribed. It's not a mouse. It's a rat. It's a rat. It's wearing those gloves. Some Illuminati meaning behind that white glove. No fingerprints. Jump out the window. I'ma catch you. 4 sheets. Only trust your brothers. Sick motherfuckers. All of you. Okay. Where's Minnie? Ain't nobody seen Minnie in a while. Just that little mouse running around. Where Minnie? What you do with her, huh? And the little tiny mice. And the bitch wasn't down with it. And she divorced you. Just like Bill Gates' wife. We'll be right back after this commercial break. ICE is very unliked. And they so unlike Cubes.
Ontdek het HelloFresh menu van volgende week. HelloFresh, het avondeten voor elkaar. I've been all around town, they started to drown as these sounds come. On the highway, free souls go only where love is.
For 24 years now, politicians, the media, intel agencies in this country and abroad have all demanded that you believe the official story about 9/11. And here's what it is. They tell you a group of Al-Qaeda-affiliated terrorists, many of whom were known to U.S. intel services, somehow managed to evade capture for years as they planned the most significant and elaborate terror attack in human history. We're told that despite repeated encounters with the FBI, the CIA, local law enforcement, airport security, foreign intel organizations, the right information somehow never made it to the right people. The government failed because it just didn't have the intelligence it needed. That's the story. That story is a lie. Nearly 25 years later, the families of 3,000 civilians are still mourning the murder of their loved ones. Anyone who doubts the official narrative is cast as a kook, a criminal, a fringe conspiracy theorist, and punished. They've been blacklisted and censored and banned. Even as the leaders who failed to protect our country on 9/11 use these attacks as a pretense to expand their own powers and permanently transform the United States. None of this is speculation. All of it is true. Over the course of this series, you will hear accounts from people who lived it. CIA officers and analysts who were there, FBI agents from the Bin Laden unit, family members of the victims. None of these people are kooks. All of them have first-hand information. What they'll tell you is that what you have been told about September 11th is not true. Why are we doing this? Our purpose is in part to make the strongest possible case for a real investigation into 9/11 25 years later. A new 9/11 commission. One that is honest, one that is not guided by partisan political interest, one that is not serving foreign powers. To do this investigation, we spent many months looking into what actually happened and speaking to people who pages of documents, mostly primary sources, but also contemporaneous news reports and declassified government documents. Over the course of this investigation, we made numerous findings that shocked us, not least of which the apparent role that former CIA Director John Brennan played in helping bring the 9/11 hijackers to the United States, and the remarkable lengths the CIA went to protect the 9/11 hijackers from the FBI and from domestic law enforcement. Story requires starting before the attacks, going back to something called Alec Station, that was the CIA's bin Laden unit in 1999.
My name is Mark Rossini. I'm a former FBI agent. So from January 1999 to May of 2003, I was the FBI New York Joint Terrorism Task Force representative to Alec Station at CIA headquarters. Before 9/11, there were no sources in Al-Qaeda. None. There was a group of Pashtun caretakers, okay? They called them the Trodpites. Trodpites were these Pashtun people that were bin Laden's T-boys and T-gals, right? And they were the great source of the Pakistani intel service that was feeding information from the Trodpites to the ISI to the CIA about what was going on in Al-Qaeda. They had all the electronic communication satellite shit in the world, imagery. And I remember looking at images of bin Laden, you know, in his courtyard, all that. But what's in his head? What's he saying? What's he doing? These people are 10,000 miles away. They don't give a shit about American law. They don't care about going to jail. They want to die. How are you going to get a source inside there?
Before September 11th, U.S. intel services got most of their intelligence on bin Laden from what was called the Hada Homes in Yemen. That was a communications hub that bin Laden and his associates used to communicate with each other. They were, at the time, living in Yemen. The FBI gained access to this after the 1998 embassy bombings in East Africa.
How did we officially get the Hada home in Sana'a, Yemen, on the books, on the radar, if you will? Okay. Nairobi, 1998, August 7th. John Antisef, Special Agent John Antisef, greatest FBI agent ever in the FBI, even better than me. John flies over to Nairobi. And one of the survivors, one of the perpetrators who chickened out and ran and lived, Daoud Rashid al-Awali, Saudi, he gets captured by the Kenyan police. John flies over from New York, and already there have been two FBI agents interviewing Daoud. They were getting someplace, but they really weren't getting that far. Right? John walks in. And first thing he does, says, "You need some water? You want a drink? Did you eat today? Did you pray? Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. It's fine." He said, just relax. Just let's have a chat. He didn't beat him with a phone book. He didn't fucking waterboard him. He didn't pull his fingernails out. He wasn't Mr. Tough Guy, like all these fucking assholes like Dick Cheney want to believe, right? All piece of shit. He, like a human being, take me through the day, talk to me. So I went to the hotel, and I got my stuff ready. And? Did you call anybody? Yeah, I called this number. And he wrote it down. And he gave John the number of the Hada in Sana'a, Yemen, which was the Al-Qaeda switchboard that we in the FBI had no fucking clue existed up until that point. CIA and NSA did, because remember, they had been listening to the Nairobi cell and their activity since 1996. We in the FBI didn't know about that number.
The Hada home wasn't just a communications hub for Al-Qaeda. It was the physical home of the father-in-law of Khalid al-Mithar, one of the future 9/11 hijackers.
At the end of 1999, listening to that phone is when the CIA learns, and the NSA learns, that Khalid al-Mithar is going to be traveling from there to Dubai, and then from Dubai onward to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, to meet the summit.
The summit was a meeting of an operational cadre of Al-Qaeda-affiliated terrorists from around the world.
He was scheduled to travel on or about January 5th, 2000. The NSA has the ability, did and probably still has, to get any airplane reservation at once in the world and know about it, right? We knew his passport number, we had the phone, we had everything. So we knew his travel information. We knew what flights he was taking, we knew what seat he was going to sit in. The CIA arranges for when he gets to Dubai to be secondary, okay? Not fully questioned, but, you know, talk to him a little bit. And then he goes to his hotel room, and they arrange to search his room and go in. And when they go in, his passport is there, and they take pictures of it or photocopy it. And they send back the imagery. And lo and behold, in his passport is a visa to go to the United States of America, issued out of the American consulate in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia.
According to one recently released court filings, quote, the visas were issued to facilitate an operation run by the Saudis and the CIA spying operation. The station chief in Riyadh at the time was future CIA Director John Brennan. The CIA continued tracking al-Midhar to Kuala Lumpur, where he met up with other al-Qaeda associates, including Nawaf al-Hazmi, a second future 9/11 hijacker.
He lands in Kuala Lumpur. They entrust the Malaysia Special Branch police to surveil this terrorist summit in this park in Kuala Lumpur. And so much so to tail them and to surveil them, etc. And that information ends up in a communication from Kuala Lumpur Station CIA to CIA headquarters, to Alex Station, to the computer screen of me, Miller of Washington Field Office FBI. You have this cable that lays out the meeting in Kuala Lumpur, the photocopying of his passport in Dubai, and the learning of the visa to go to the United States of America. Doug Miller gets up from his cubicle of power, comes over to my cubicle of power, and says, hey, we got to tell the FBI about this. I said, Doug, you're damn right. He goes, I'll write up the CIR. What is a CIR? A CIR is what is a Central Intelligence Report. Doug writes it, he sends it to me. I approve it, and it goes to the desk of Michael Ann Casey. Her queue, her electronic queue, and it doesn't move for like a day or two. It should move in a fucking few hours. I'll never forget, like it was yesterday. Never forget. I standing over her, and I said, hey, Doug's CIR. It's got to go to the FBI. And she said, no, it's not. I said, well, why not? She said, because it's not FBI, not an FBI matter. What do you mean it's not FBI matter? She said, it's a CIA matter. And when and if we want the FBI to know, we will tell them. And you are not to say anything. I said, yeah, but they got a visa to come to the U.S. Like, it should know we're handling it, and when we want to tell the FBI, we will. And I looked at her, and remember, she got up, and she put her hands on her hip, pointing a finger at me. Now, in my naivete, I believed it. And I have to live with that every day of my life. That I believed her.
So here's a company we're always excited to advertise because we actually use their products every day. It's Merryweather Farms. Remember when everybody knew their neighborhood butcher? You look back and you feel like, oh, there was something really
I didn't know they got you
knowing
as
the
well.
person who cut your meat. And at some point, your grandparents were the people who raised their meat so they could trust what they ate. But that time is long gone. It's been replaced by an era of grocery store mystery meat boxed by distant beef corporations. Ugh. None of which raised a single cow. Unlike your childhood, they don't know you, they're not interested in you, the whole thing is creepy. The only thing that matters to them is money, and God knows what you're eating. Merryweather Farms is the answer to that. They raise their cattle in the U.S., in Wyoming, Nebraska, and Colorado, and they prepare their meat themselves in their facilities in this country. No middlemen, no outsourcing, no foreign beef sneaking through a back door. Nobody wants foreign meat. Sorry, we have a great meat, the best meat here in the United States. Their farms. Their cuts are pasture-raised, hormone-free, antibiotic-free, and absolutely delicious. I gorged on one last night. You gotta try this, for real. Every day we eat it. Go to .com/Tucker. Use the code Tucker76 for 15% off your first order. That's merryweatherfarms.com/Tucker. As the CIA was blocking the FBI detail from informing the Bureau, the hijackers were moving. On January 8, 2000, CIA surveillance teams reported that Al-Midhar had boarded a flight to Bangkok, Thailand. He was accompanied by a man they identified as Al-Hazmi. According to the official account, this is where the trail went cold. The CIA placed their names on a watch list and asked that Thai authorities track their movements. 3 months later, the Thai government reported back. Al-Hazmi had boarded a United Airlines flight to Los Angeles. Al-Midhar was with him. The two hijackers had arrived in the United States.
But here's my problem with this whole fucking thing and the whole subsequent investigation of 9/11. You have the CIA then following one man and then two men all over the planet, and then eventually even to America, right? Landing in Los Angeles, California, and you don't tell the FBI.
But why would the CIA want to hide the highly relevant and potentially dangerous fact that two known al-Qaeda terrorists had just landed in California? According to a recently released court filing, former White House counterterrorism czar Richard Clarke told government investigators that the, quote, CIA was running a false flag operation to recruit the hijackers.
When Cofer Black became the head of the counterterrorism center at CIA, he was aghast that they had no sources in Al-Qaeda. So he told me, I'm going to try to get sources in Al-Qaeda. I can understand them possibly saying, we need to develop sources inside Al-Qaeda. When we do that, we can't tell anybody about it.
After Clarke made that claim publicly, he received an angry call from former director of the CIA, George Tenet, who did not deny the allegations made by Mr. Clarke, end quote. But when we reached out to Tenet, his spokesperson denied that the CIA was recruiting hijackers, calling it false rumors and saying, quote, that's categorically not true. He also recalled that the executive director of the 9/11 Commission, Philip Zelikow, blocked the commission's investigation into the matter at the behest of Condoleezza Rice.
CIA had this delusional grand plan. So the CIA, with their information that they had from the Hatta House and their own psychological analysis of everybody in that team, they figured the best way is maybe to recruit somebody who came over from Malaysia. Al-Midhar and now Al-Hazmi. We kept the FBI at bay because we told Marcassini and Doug Miller to shut the fuck up. So let's just try to get inside there. And that's what went wrong. That was the grand lie, the grand risk, the grand delusion. You had a duty to protect Americans, and you failed because of your fucking fantastical delusion you could recruit somebody inside the set.
The official the CIA's plan to recruit the hijackers. It's not even mentioned. It's possible this is because the CIA blocked 9/11 Commission investigators from talking to the agents who participated in the plot. Amazingly, the CIA's director of operations kept the CIA operative attempting to recruit the hijackers, referred to as VVV in the documents, away from the Commission's investigators. The consequence of this? The Commission's explanation for this story is that the CIA made an honest mistake. The actual language in the report says the CIA played, quote, zone defense, and the FBI had a man-to-man approach to counterterrorism. The difference in strategies is why the CIA didn't tell the FBI that terrorists had arrived on American soil. Incredibly, the Commission investigators didn't ask the CIA director at the time, George Tenet, about the summit in Kuala Lumpur, or why the CIA had blocked the FBI from being warned. It wasn't the story they wanted.
And that was the crux of the matter, and that is the truth. And no one has ever answered those questions. No one has the balls to, because they're afraid. Because the house will come tumbling down.
So how exactly did the CIA try to recruit the 9/11 hijackers? Well, one amazing thing about their arrival is that they didn't try to hide. The hijackers used their real names while in the United States. They operated in plain daylight. Al-Hazmi and Al-Midhar lived in San Diego for more than a year before the attacks. They lived openly. In fact, they were so open that Hazmi's name, address, and a home phone number were listed in the San Diego phone book. When they arrived, the hijackers encountered a Saudi intel operative called Omar al-Bayoumi. They met at a restaurant outside of Los Angeles.
The CIA utilized the Saudis in the form of Omar al-Bayoumi to spy for them and to gather intelligence.
Before 9/11, the CIA was forbidden from engaging in domestic spying. They used the Saudi intelligence as a workaround.
We'll rely upon the Saudi GI Intelligence Directorate, their version of the CIA, via Prince Bandar, via their man, Omar al-Bayoumi, to keep us informed as to the activity of these terrorists.
Bayoumi's notebook, which was uncovered when British law enforcement raided his home in the UK, contained a drawing of an airplane and mathematical calculations related to flying it. The 9/11 Commission investigators never saw this. At the time, al-Bayoumi had a no-show job at a Saudi aviation contractor called Avco. The company's employees say he was one of roughly 50 ghost employees working there at the time, taking the paycheck but never coming to work. According to declassified government documents, an investigator from the 9/11 Commission said al-Bayoumi was receiving substantial sums of money from the Saudi embassy in Washington prior to the 9/11 attacks, that the money was being funneled from accounts at Riggs Bank in Georgetown, belonging to Haifa bin Faisal. By using the Saudis as a proxy to recruit the 9/11 hijackers, the CIA gave itself cover. If things went wrong, they could push a narrative that blamed the Saudi government for the attacks, which is what they did.
For all intents and purposes, Omar al-Bayoumi was an employee of the Saudi Arabian embassy in Washington, D.C., in their consulate in Los Angeles, California.
Al-Bayoumi convinced the hijackers to move to San Diego, helped them find an apartment. He served as a co-signer on the lease to that apartment. He paid their first month's rent and deposit. He got them bank accounts. He got them driver's licenses. He introduced them to many other radical Muslims in the area, including the cleric Anwar al-Awlaki. Eventually, al-Midhar went home to Yemen.
Khalid al-Midhar leaves America for his daughter's birth, right? And in that time, he loses his passport. He claims he went to Afghanistan. He goes back and gets another passport. And by this time, even prior, as I understand it now, the Saudis had identified the terrorists, the hijackers, as potential threats to the kingdom and had put chips in their passports identifying them as a threat. Al-Midhar comes back to the United States, I believe it was on July 4th, 2001. He's allowed back in, not stopped, not questioned. So here's a guy that the CIA knew came to America, had been at a terrorist summit meeting in Malaysia in January 2000. He's allowed to leave and come back.
Midhar was able to exit and enter the country at will because he was issued a multi-visit U.S. visa. According to a summary of an interview with an FBI agent from Alex Station, quote, Alham their visas to enter the United States at the American consulate in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. All 9/11 hijackers had their visas issued at that consulate in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. At the time, John Brennan was running the CIA station there. Just a few days before al-Midhar re-entered the country at JFK Airport in New York, the FBI and the CIA held a joint meeting in New York City to discuss the bombing of the USS Cole, which al-Midhar was involved in.
Killed 17 soldiers on the USS Cole.
An FBI agent was shown a photograph of al-Midhar taken at the summit in Kuala Lumpur. The agent asked the CIA who this man was, but the CIA once again refused to tell them. It wasn't until August of 2001 that the CIA finally alerted the FBI. And of course, by then, it was too late. It's not just Mark Rossini who testifies to this. Another anonymous FBI agent told investigators that, quote, she believed the CIA's operation may have spun out of control, and that they, the CIA, came to the FBI with limited information in an attempt to locate the hijackers without revealing the true nature or extent of their operation against al-Qaeda, end quote.
This is the failure of the 9/11 Commission and every other fucking commission that ever existed after that.
But if the CIA was grooming the hijackers as sources, the FBI failed too. When al-Hazmi and al-Midhar were in California, they lived for a period in the home of an FBI informant called Abdus Sattar. And yet somehow, the FBI never learned about this. Then, less than a month before the terror attacks, the FBI began an investigation into a French-Moroccan national called Zacharias Moussaoui. He had just moved to Minneapolis from Oklahoma, where he resumed aviation training. After raising suspicions during training, he was arrested on August 16th and charged with immigration violations. But agents were denied permission to search his laptop and the room where he was staying. His exact connection to the hijacking remains unclear even now, but he did receive wire transfers from Ramzi bin al-Shib, who was also sending money to the hijackers. In July 2001, an FBI agent stationed in the Phoenix field office sent a memo to headquarters theorizing that there could be, quote, a coordinated effort by Osama bin Laden to send individuals to the United States to receive aviation training. For some reason, this memo was never received by headquarters, not until after 9/11. Why? Possibly because as late as 2003, the FBI didn't have a functioning internal email system. Most case files were not digitized, they weren't searchable, and employees did not have access to the internet. That's true. By September 2001, the Bureau's computers were so out of date, it took 12 commands simply to save a document. And in the aftermath of the attack, the FBI distributed photographs of the suspected hijackers via express mail. They didn't have scanners. The Bush administration worked hard for us not to know any of this. They hid it. Many of these details were discovered during the Congressional Joint Inquiry into 9/11. But when Congress released its report, the 28 pages dealing with the hijackers' time in Southern California were hidden. They were redacted. When a man called Philip Zelikow took over as the commission's executive director, he reached a secret agreement with the White House to block his investigators from accessing records related to the hijackers until the White House had already screened them. Government documents show that the commission investigator assigned to this topic complained that, quote, Zelikow limited the number of witnesses that commission investigators could interview. And just days before the report was released, Dieter Snell, senior counsel to the commission, attempted to remove most of the details of the Saudi collaboration with the hijackers. Some of the findings were included in the end, but they were buried in the footnotes. The truth is, the official 9/11 Commission report, sold to the American public and the world for decades as the definitive account of what happened that day, is a lie.
The 9/11 Commission was a cover.
But how did the Bush administration manage to hijack what was sold as an independent commission? And what exactly were they trying to hide? We'll reveal what we found in the next episode. Files. The next episode drops next week, where you can unlock the entire 5-part series right now, ad-free, by becoming a TCN member. Members also get access to the Watch Companion, a guide to the timeline, the key figures, the primary sources that we went to bring you this documentary. You can read along as you watch. Join us today at tuckercarlson.com for the whole series all at once as support our investigative work. We couldn't do any of this without our members. We're grateful for you. So thanks.
soms kan het even te veel worden. Nationale Nederlanden helpt jou als werkgever ziekteverzuim te verkorten en voorkomen. Met tips voor je werknemers zoals lekker sporten en onze verzuimverzekering. Minder verzuim. Onze support heb je.
Are you at all hopeful that anything can be done? Acceleration of AI.
Okay, there's two issues. One is, can you slow it down?
Yeah.
And the other is, can you make it so it will be safe in the end? It won't wipe us all out. I don't believe we're going to slow it down.
Yeah.
And the reason I don't believe we're going to slow it down is because there's competition between countries and competition between companies within a country, and all of that is making it go faster and faster. Put it down, China wouldn't slow it down.
Does Ilya think it's possible to make AI safe?
He won't tell me what his secret source is. I'm not sure how many people know what his secret source is. I think a lot of the investors don't know what his secret source is, but they've given him billions of dollars anyway, because they have so much faith in Ilya, which isn't foolish. I mean, he was very important in AlexNet, which got object recognition working well. He was the main force behind the things like GPT-2, which then led to ChatGPT. I think having a lot of faith in Ilya is a very reasonable decision.
There's something quite haunting about the guy that made and was the main force behind GPT-2, which led rise to this whole revolution, left the company because of safety reasons. About what might happen next.
Well, the company had... No, I don't know the precise details, but...
Wait, this is actually true?
Indicated it would...
Wait. Over time, the support was reduced, leading to the KV.
resources of the compute time for doing safety research, and then it reduced that fraction. I think that's one of the things that happened.
Yeah, that was reported publicly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Part of the risk framework.
Right. So the next one is joblessness.
Yeah.
In the past, new technologies have come in which didn't lead to joblessness. New jobs were created. So the classic example people use is automatic teller machines. When automatic teller machines came in, a lot of bank tellers didn't lose their jobs. They just got to do more interesting things. But here, I think this is more like when they got machines in the Industrial Revolution, and you can't have a job digging ditches now because a machine can dig ditches much better than you can. And I think for mundane intellectual labour, AI is just going to replace everybody. Now, it may well be in the form of you have fewer people using AI assistants. So it's a combination of a person and an AI assistant, and now doing the work that 10 people could do previously.
People say that it will create new jobs, though, so we'll be fine.
Yes, and that's been the case for other technologies, but this is a very different kind of technology. If it can do all mundane human intellectual labour, then what new jobs is it going to create? You'd have to be very skilled to have a job that it couldn't just do. So I don't think they're right. I think you can try and generalise from other technologies that have come in, like computers or automatic teller machines, but I think this is different.
People use this phrase, they say, AI won't take your job, a human using AI will take your job.
Yes, I think that's true. But for many jobs, that'll mean you need far fewer people. My niece answers letters of complaint to a health service. It used to take her 25 minutes. She'd read the complaint and she'd think how to reply and she'd write a letter. A chatbot. And It writes the letter. She just checks the letter. Occasionally she tells it to revise it in some ways. The whole process takes her 5 minutes. That means she can answer 5 times as many letters. And that means they need 5 times fewer of her. So she can do the job that 5 of her used to do. Now,
useless.
That will mean they need less people. In other jobs, like in healthcare, they're much more elastic. So if you could make doctors 5 times as efficient, we could all have 5 times as much healthcare for the same price. And that would be great. There's almost no limit to how much healthcare people can absorb. They always want more healthcare if there's no cost to it. There are jobs where you can make a person with an AI assistant much more efficient, and you won't lead to less people because you'll just have much more of that being done. But most jobs, I think, are not like that.
Am I right in thinking this sort of industrial revolution played a role in replacing muscles?
Yes, exactly.
And this revolution in AI replaces intelligence, the brain?
Yeah. So mundane intellectual labour is like having strong muscles, and it's not worth much anymore.
So muscles have been replaced, now intelligence is being replaced.
Yeah.
So what remains?
All kinds of creativity. But the whole idea of superintelligence is nothing remains. These things will get to be better than us at everything.
So what do we end up doing in such a world?
Well, if they work for us, we end up getting lots of goods and services for not much effort.
Okay. But that sounds tempting and nice, but I don't know, there's a cautionary tale in creating more and more ease for humans in it going badly.
Yes, and we make it go well. So the nice scenario is, imagine a company with a CEO who is very dumb, probably the son of the former CEO, and he has an executive assistant who's very smart, and he says, I think we should do this. And the executive assistant makes it all work. The CEO feels great. He doesn't understand that he's not really in control. And in some sense, he is in control. He suggests what the company should do. She just makes it all work. Everything's great. That's the good scenario.
And the bad scenario?
The bad scenario is she thinks, why do we need him?
Yeah. Superintelligence, which you don't believe is that far away.
Yeah, I think it might not be that far away. It's very hard to predict, but I think we might get it in like 20 years or even less.
So what's the difference between what we have now and superintelligence? Because it seems to be really intelligent to me when I use like ChatGPT 3.0 or Gemini or...
Okay, so AI is already better than us at a lot of things. In particular areas, like chess, for example.
Yeah.
AI is so much better than us that people will never beat those things again. Maybe the occasional win, but basically they'll never be comparable again. Obviously the same in Go. In terms of the amount of knowledge they have, something like GPT-4 knows thousands of times more than you do. There's a few areas in which your knowledge is better than its, and in almost all areas it just knows more than you do.
What areas am I better than it?
Probably in interviewing CEOs. You're probably better at that. You've got a lot of experience at it. You're a good interviewer. You know a lot about it. If you got GPT-4 to interview a CEO, probably do a worse job.
Okay. I'm trying to think if I agree with that statement. GPT-4, I think, for sure.
Yeah.
But I guess you could.
But it may not be long before.
Yeah, I guess you could train one on this, how I ask questions and what I do. And...
Sure. And if you took a general purpose sort of foundation model, and then you trained it up on not just you, but every interviewer you could find doing interviews like this, but especially you'd probably get to be quite good at doing your job, but probably not as good as you for a while.
A few areas left, and then superintelligence becomes when it's better than us at all things.
When it's much smarter than you, and at almost all things it's better than you, yeah.
And you say that this might be a decade away or so.
Yeah, it might be. It might be even closer. Some people think
Okay,
it's
let
even
me
closer.
read this.
Much further, it might be 50 years or...
Super intelligence, come on now. could arrive as early as the 2000,
That's
2000
true.
what, 30s?
A decade away or so.
Yeah, it might be. It might be even closer. Some people think it's even closer.
With years. However, there's still major uncertainty. Some think it could take decades, while others say it might never happen. Progress is rapid, but timeless. Timelines are speculative. Rapid, but timeline.
Further, it might be 50 years away. That's still a possibility. It might be that somehow training on human data limits you to not being much smarter than humans. My guess is between 10 and 20 years we'll have super intelligence.
On this point of joblessness, it's something that I've been thinking a lot about in particular because I started messing around with AI agents, and we released an episode on the podcast actually this morning where we had a debate about AI agents with a CEO of a big AI agent company and a few other people. And it was the first moment where it was another moment where I had a eureka moment about what the future might look like. When I was able, in the interview, to tell this agent to order all of us drinks, and then 5 minutes later in the interview, you see the guy show up with the drinks, and I didn't touch anything. I just told it to order us drinks to the studio.
And you didn't know about who you normally got your drinks from. It figured that out from the web.
Yeah, figured it out because it went on Uber Eats. It has my data, I guess. And we put it on the screen in real time so everyone at home could see the agent going through the internet, picking the drinks, adding a tip for the driver, putting my address in, putting my credit card details in, and then the next thing you see is the drinks show up. So that was one moment. And then the other moment was when I used a tool called Replit, and I built software by just telling the agent what I wanted.
Yes, it's amazing, right?
It's amazing and terrifying at the same time.
Yes.
Because...
And if you can build software like that, right?
Yeah.
Remember that the AI, when it's training, is using code. And if it can modify its own code, then it gets quite scary, right?
Yeah.
It can change itself in a way we can't change ourselves. Yeah. We can't change our innate endowment, right?
No.
There's nothing about itself that it couldn't change.
Since you have kids.
What would you want to change?
No, they don't have kids, no grandkids yet. What would you be saying to people about their career
change is
prospects
good,
in a
can
world
be
of
good.
superintelligence? What should we be thinking about?
In the meantime, I'd say it's going to be a long time before it's as good at physical manipulation as us.
Okay.
And so a good bet would be to be a plumber.
Topfan gaat voor Venko.
I do business right now, that's why. Fucking smart motherfucker.
Amsterdam van Nederland.
Verklaart Duo Plus M van La Roche-Posay. 2 keer minder buikjes, anti-terugval.
Until the humanoid robots show up. In such a world where there is mass joblessness, which is not something that you... Altman at OpenAI, I've heard him predict, and many of the CEOs, Elon Musk, I watched an interview which I'll play on screen of him being asked this question, and it's very rare that you see Elon Musk silent for 12 seconds or whatever it was. Right. And then he basically says something about he actually is living in suspended disbelief, i.e. he's basically just not thinking about it.
When you think about advising your children on a career with so much that is changing, what do you tell them that's going to be of value?
Nothing. Wow. Wow.
Well, that is a tough question to answer. I would just say, to sort of follow their heart in terms of what they find interesting to do or fulfilling to do. I mean, if I think about it too hard, it quickly can be dispiriting and demotivating. Because, I mean, I go through, put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into building the companies, and then I'm like, wait, should I be doing this? Because if I'm sacrificing time with friends and family that I would prefer to do, but then ultimately the AI can do all these things. Does that make sense? I don't know. To some extent, I have to have deliberate suspension of disbelief in order to remain motivated. So I guess I would say just, you know, work on things that you find interesting, fulfilling, and that contribute some good to the rest of society.
Yeah, a lot of these threats, it's very hard to intellectually conceive
all
the
that
threat,
shit back.
but it's very hard to come to terms with it emotionally.
Put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into building the companies, and then I'm like, wait, should I be doing this? Because if I'm sacrificing time with friends and family that I would prefer to do, but then ultimately the AI can do all these things. Does that make sense? I don't know. To some extent, I have to have deliberate suspension of disbelief in order to remain motivated. So I guess I would say just, you know, work on things that you find interesting, fulfilling, and that contribute some good to the rest of society.
Yeah, a lot of these threats, it's very hard to intellectually you can see the threat, but it's very hard to come to terms with it emotionally. Yeah, I haven't come to terms with it emotionally yet.
What do you mean, brother?
Comes with what the development of superintelligence could do to my children's future. 77. I'm going to be out of here soon. But for my children and my younger friends, my nephews and nieces, and their children, think about what could happen. Well, if I ever decided to take over, I mean, it would need people for a while to run the power stations and to design better analog machines to run the power stations. There's so many ways it could get rid of people, all of which would, of course, be very nasty.
Is that part of the reason you do what you do now?
Yeah. I mean, I think we should be making a huge effort right now to try and figure out if we can develop it safely.
Are you concerned about the midterm impact potentially on your nephews and your kids in terms of their jobs as well?
Yeah, I'm concerned about all that.
Are there any particular industries that you think are at most at risk? People talk about the creative industries a lot and it's sort of knowledge work. They talk about lawyers and accountants and stuff like that.
Yeah, so that's why I mentioned plumbers. I think plumbers are less at risk.
Okay, I'm going to become a plumber.
Someone like a legal assistant, a paralegal, they're not going to be needed for very long.
And is there a wealth inequality issue here that will rise from this?
Yeah, I think in a society which shared out things fairly, if you get a big increase in productivity, everybody should be better off. But if you can replace lots of people by AIs, then the people who get replaced will be worse off, and the company that supplies the AIs will be much better off. So it's going to increase the gap between rich and poor. And we know that if you look at that gap between rich and poor, that basically tells you how nice a society is. If you have a big gap, you get very nasty societies in which people live in walled communities and put other people in mass jails. It's not good to increase the gap between rich and poor.
The International Monetary Fund has expressed profound concerns that generative AI could cause massive labour disruptions and rising inequality, and has called for policies that prevent this from happening. I read that in the Business Insider.
Have they given any idea of what the policies should look like?
No.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, if AI can make everything much more efficient and get rid of people for most jobs, or have a person assisted by AI doing many, many people's work, it's not obvious what to do about it.
It's universal basic income? Give everybody money?
Yeah, I think that's a good start, and it stops people starving. But for a lot of people, their dignity is tied up with their job. I mean, who you think you are is tied up with you doing this job, right?
Yeah.
And if we said, we'll give you the same money just to sit around, that would impact your dignity.
You said something earlier about it surpassing or being superior to human
Yeah.
intelligence.
Oh
Now, a lot
shit,
of people,
9 is in there.
I think, like to believe that
What's up, 9?
AI is on a computer and something you can just turn off if you don't like it.
Well, let me tell you why I think it's superior.
Okay.
It's true. It has been a long time.
You can simulate a neural network on one piece of hardware.
Yeah.
And you can simulate exactly the same neural network on a different piece of hardware.
You say, how are you? I'm
today a little bit ill. Get this one to go off
I got.
and this other one to look at a different bit of the internet.
I got the code, you know.
Internet, they can be syncing with each other, so they keep their weights the same. The connection strengths the same. Weights are connection strengths. So this one might look at something on the internet and say, oh, I'd like to increase this strength, this connection a bit. And it can convey that information to this one, so it can increase the strength of that connection a bit based on this one's experience.
And when you say the strength of the connection, you're talking about learning.
That's learning. Yes, learning.
Particularly in neural networks, a connection strength refers to as weight, a numerical value that determines how much influence one artificial neuron has on another. During training, the model tweaks this connection strength to improve performance. This is what learning is in AI. But how are you doing, Mrs. Knight?
Instead of this one giving 2.4 votes for whether that one should turn on, we'll have this one give 2.5 votes for whether this one should turn on. And that will be a little bit of learning. So these two different copies of the same neural net are getting different experiences. They're looking at different data, but they're sharing what they've learned by averaging their weights together. And they can do that averaging at you can average 1 trillion weights. When you and I transfer information, we're limited to the amount of information in a sentence. And the amount of information in a sentence is maybe 100 bits. It's very little information. We're lucky if we're transferring like 10 bits a second. These things are transferring trillions of bits a second. So they're billions of times better than us at sharing information. And that's because they're digital, and you have 2 bits of hardware using the connection strengths in exactly the same way. We're analog and you can't do that. Your brain's different from my brain. And if I could see the connection strengths between all your neurons, it wouldn't do me any good, because my neurons work slightly differently and they're connected up slightly differently. So when you die, all your knowledge dies with you. When these things die, suppose you take these 2 digital intelligences that are clones of each other, and you destroy the hardware they run on. As long as you've stored the connection strength somewhere, you can just build new hardware that executes the same instructions, so it'll know how to use those connection strengths, and you've recreated that intelligence. So they're immortal. We've actually solved the problem of immortality, but it's only for digital things.
So it will essentially know everything that humans know, but more, because it will learn new things.
It will learn new things. It will also see all sorts of analogies that people probably never saw. So, for example, at the point when GPT-4 couldn't look on the web, I asked it, why is a compost heap like an atom bomb? Exactly. Excellent. That's exactly what most people would say. It said, well, the time scales are very different, and the energy scales are very different, but then it went on to talk about how a compost heap, as it gets hotter, generates heat faster. And an atom bomb, as it produces more neutrons, generates neutrons faster. And so they're both chain reactions, but at very different time and energy scales. And I believe GPT-4 had seen that during its training. It had understood the analogy between a compost heap and an atom bomb. And the reason I believe that is, if you've only got 1 trillion connections, remember you have 100 trillion, and you need to have thousands of times more knowledge than a person, you need to compress information into those connections. And to compress information, you need to see analogies between different things. In other words, it needs to see all the things that are chain reactions and understand the basic idea of a chain reaction and code that, and then code the ways in which they're different. And that's just a more efficient way of coding things than coding each of them separately. So it's seen many, many analogies, probably many analogies that people have never seen. That's why I also think that people say these things are never be creative. They're going to be much more creative than us.
Oh shit.
Because they're going to see all sorts of analogies we never saw.
My exams are over now. I used to come to your channel, but whenever I came, you were live. How's life going, broski? I'm doing. Yeah. I'm glad that your exams are over. I'm feeling a little bit. That's what I gotta say. You see, how did it go? Ask, and yeah, I was away to focus on other things, just in life, getting self together, and I needed to connect a little bit with sound weird. I'm not looking sad. I'm just watching, and I'm sick today. Like I say, I got how can I say this? It's not fun to exist in part of Great Reset.
Worried about something called the Great Reset. It was a proposal from the World
You
Economic
see,
Forum that talk about renting your appliances and your furniture.
it's
Talk
a
about people
GF. What
living
does
more
GF
tightly
mean?
knit cities and not moving around as
In
much.
my definition, is
Today,
girlfriend.
I'm going to tell you some places where you can go.
It's a
That's not
girlfriend,
the
huh?
kind of place. It's the place you live.
I don't never kissed and tell. The sound is not audible. Okay.
That for me,
I wasn't speaking.
Government.
So great.
Unelected bureaucrats. I've been talking about that with my family and now with you for a quarter of a century.
I'm trying to
long
get
before
it
many people were talking about it. That the Western countries in particular were heading in the wrong direction. That's why I left the United States in part. That's why I gave up U.S. citizenship in part. I didn't really want any part of that system.
I sound like a my body hurts. I don't know why I was working out late at night yesterday. Fucking relaxing.
On holiday too.
I was working out at home. And today I'm just it's way worse than yesterday.
I'm a big believer
So it's just no fun.
If I can get second or third or fourth citizenship in another country,
I'm not sad, but I'm just about how I'm feeling.
If I can do business in certain countries, I want to be diverse. Bad happens.
Definitely. You're not audible. Okay. My bad. I don't have headphones.
All tops and bottoms. And so what you want is you want places where there's positive momentum. They may not be the best places now. They may not be places that you'd want to live now. But if you get access now, it's kind of like moving to Singapore in the 1970s. You wouldn't have done that. Look at the pictures of Singapore from the 1970s, and then the 90s and 2000s, and then now. If you don't have millions to invest in Singapore, you can't move there as an investor.
Different story back in the 70s, even in the 80s, the 90s, even the 2000s. But eventually, it got too good, and they don't need people anymore. And so these are the places that you might want to get some kind of toehold in now. If you want to learn how to get toeholds into places, go to nomadcalculus.com/apply. We help our clients put together portfolios of
There we go with the commercial again.
Life.
Yeah. Fine, see.
Give experts.
Not fine. I'm having stick drift right now. It's not.
All kinds of that we work with to do everything under one roof. So the first place is the entire continent countries in Africa, and you have some, obviously, the Coup Belt and kind of Western and basically Western Africa in the last couple of years has not been a good place to be. I'm primarily
and then a fly.
Yeah, even in that region, not all the states are gems. You do have places like Kenya and Rwanda and Botswana and Namibia, which are some of the standouts. Mauritius and the Seychelles are standouts, not on continental Africa. So you've got a number of countries. And would you live in Rwanda? Yeah. Things run. There's always somebody, just like you see in El Salvador, Singapore, the UAE. Oh, you know, it's a little heavy-handed. That's how you keep it so clean. You can't satisfy everybody. And I'm sure no place is perfect.
If the fly,
but there are places in Africa.
if the fly come back again, it'll be me and him.
Program you can go in and you can be a part of. Starting to come out with that.
I'm already
in program. Buy property, get a citizenship. And you might say, come on. This is not your
already cooking.
For tomorrow.
My tea's hot.
For you, 10,
I'm drinking hot tea.
So I think that when people start to get upset about stuff like
just hot water with nothing.
But
how are you doing? How did it went?
Worst stuff is going to happen in the West. And you know what happened back in 2012 when I said some of this stuff? Not maybe exact trend. He's this crazy lunatic. He wants to go to Cambodia and Malaysia instead of the grapefruited plain of the United States. Yeah, I don't regret it. Because you know how they treat me in Malaysia? A lot better than I'll tell you that. And so you have places in Africa, there's less infrastructure, there's less enforcement, and there's also a culture of enforcement. If you want to get things done with the government, it can be extraordinary.
Nothing wrong with it. He was kind of overdoing it. My life, surviving and serving. Who are you serving?
Waar zijn juristen van de NVWA dan bij betrokken?
Say la 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 la. Seemingly you don't want to tell. More hot water for me.
Wat wil jij? Ga relaxed je financiële toekomst tegemoet. Begin met een plan. Voor ieder begin. ABN AMRO.
Okay, so 2 months ago, scientists detected something strange entering our solar system.
Weird.
A massive object out in Jupiter heading on a trajectory for the inner planets. And it's traveling faster than any interstellar visitor ever detected. Almost 60 kilometers
per second. And so immediately people started to speculate. Was it a comet or
Let me
an
share
alien
something what happened
spacecraft?
to him.
This may
Okay,
actually
to
be
my
a
home.
piece of alien
Tell me.
technology.
NASA detected a mysterious object.
Give me some tea.
speeding
Give me
toward
give
Earth.
me more tea. You know what?
Published a paper within 2 weeks of its detection, theorizing about how this object,
I was
3I,
getting disturbed by a fly. But continue.
even hostile. So over the last few weeks, we've been modeling the entire system, pulling information from every observatory on Earth, tracking the object to ultimately try and answer the question, what actually is 3I Atlas? 3I Atlas was discovered on July 1st by NASA's Atlas Survey Station in Chile. The 3I because it's the third ever interstellar object we've detected. That just means it came from outside of our solar system, a visitor from beyond. The first was Oumuamua back in 2017, which caused similar commotion. Again, thanks to Avi Loeb. The Atlas system is a network of these small telescopes located all around the globe that regularly scan the sky looking for moving objects like asteroids and comets. At its detection, it was located here, 4.5 astronomical units away from the Sun, out near the orbit of Jupiter, and it was heading inward fast. Immediately, teams from around the world started turning their telescopes towards the object, gathering as much information as possible to give us an estimate of how big it is and where it's going. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to study an interstellar object months before it ever gets close to us. As all of this information poured in, Avi Loeb and his co-authors published their paper that would go on to change everything. Published on July 17th, the paper opens by hypothesizing that the object was technological and they mapped the trajectory of it, showing it approaches abnormally close to Venus, Mars, and Jupiter, as if it were an alien spacecraft looking to gather information about the inner planets. They also pointed out that the object was weirdly well aligned with the ecliptic plane of our solar system, which would be ideal if the object wanted to break and enter an orbit around the Sun. Their calculations showed that the chances of the object being this well aligned with the solar system would be about 1 in 500. They even went as far as estimating that an optimal intercept of the Earth would entail an arrival in late November or early December of this year. In his interviews, Avi stressed that he wasn't claiming that this was aliens, more so just that it was a possibility that's worth exploring. The initial estimates of how big it was made it even more interesting. Based off of its reflected light, they calculated that it was 11 kilometers wide, about 100 times bigger than Oumuamua, and similar in size to the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs. So people obviously heard about this. You know, Harvard astronomer claims that 3I Atlas is a hostile alien spacecraft, and they ran with it.
Harvard astronomers have gone on record saying that this is actually an alien spacecraft.
The physics of it does not make any sense.
What the hell is this thing, and when is it showing up?
I'll directly respond to a bunch of these claims later in the video, but if you think about it, it kind of would make sense, right? Like, if aliens are out there in the Milky Way, they would
Making
probably
any
send
sense?
some probes
Let me
to
read
other star systems
okay, you
to
say
check if they're
let me
inhabited.
share something what happened to my home. Wait, I'm going to use ChatGPT if I tell
Either
you
it's
will
an
not
alien
be able
spacecraft or
to
a comet.
understand
So how
anything.
can we determine
Wait,
which one it
okay,
is? The
I
key
mean,
is really looking for the tail
shoot,
and the cone.
shoot.
Comets normally have these
If you say
characteristic
I'm not
features
able to
of
understand anything, then let's see. Come on,
of the comet by
let's get it.
solar radiation.
I'm up for the
tails
challenge.
Alien spacecraft, it should be doing all kinds of crazy things, like speeding up, slowing down, flashing lights. You get the point. And if it was aliens, I'm
But why
sure
do
they
you have to use ChatGPT just to tell me something?
On July 21st, 3 weeks after the
Why is that?
initial detection, NASA turned the Hubble Space Telescope towards our interstellar visitor and snapped the
Why not use your brain
spotting
just
what
to
looked
think
like
about,
a
an
concentric
idea
coma and
or a
faint
thought?
tail. We need to get closer to see if
What's
the tail
on your
grows
mind?
inside. Spotted this additional anti-tail. The sun is over here, and it kind of looks like there's a tail of material being ejected in the direction of the sun. Now, Avi Loeb jumped on this piece of evidence, saying there was very little dust being shed. If it were a comet, then the solar radiation would be pushing particles out into the expected trail. And since we don't really see a clear tail, it might not be a comet. Even weirder, around this same time, different observatories like JWST were noticing that the comet appeared to be emitting a cloud of CO2 that extends for hundreds of thousands of kilometers out. In comets, we typically see a water vapor gas trail, and this was either absent or only present in really low quantities. Just after this detection, someone asked Avi what he thought the chances were that 3I Atlas really is aliens. He responded, 60%. Okay, just before I put it all together and show you our simulation of 3I Atlas, I need to thank the sponsor of this video.
Wait.
As I'm
The government had to widen the road. So they demolished everyone's houses. They even tore down mine. There's constant noises all the time. It's some kind of introvert. I'm an introvert. I dropped out of school. Well, you probably already know that now I'm at home, but all I hear all day is the sound of construction. On the top of that, there are so many problems in my home. Two things are going with. Oh, that's kind of sad. That's messed up. I mean, about the dropping out of school, you can always pick up something else in the near future. Don't think that as as a bad thing. You know, I mean, of course it's bad, but just continue seek out something that yeah.
Now,
Just
if we want to know for sure what 3I
you'll be fine.
is, then we need to get up
And I'm an introvert too. But sometimes I just try to, challenge that as well. I try to connect with friends so that I can just go outside and enjoy weather, just enjoy being surrounded with friends and people that that would enjoy my presence. So just don't worry about it, and you'll be fine.
I've pieced together data from 14 observatories
And the
around
constructions. I wish I could write them, but
Here we go.
Like I know one thing is like I think there is a quote that I said before. Nothing lasts forever. So the construction motherfuckers that are in that are annoying your solitude, they'll get away at some point in time. They will have to go. So you'll be fine as well.
It even passes pretty close by
Because of that, I'm not even using YouTube like I have to do something. I understand. Me too. I'm just seeking for opportunities.
Hubble's first view spotted signs of a dust
So yeah.
tail, but by late August,
And
Gemini South had
at
seen
the moment,
the tail grow.
I'm not studying, but I'm actually I do have something that I'm working on.
Based purely on how bright the object is, and that brightness includes the conus glow. If we take that away, we can see that the object is only around.
I'm working on this.
Be even
So
smaller.
I'm starting this. I'm halfway. And one day, maybe I'll get the. I'll understand the full.
3I Atlas probably formed in a really cold zone
Meaning of what I'm trying to seek in the near future. But therefore, you need to study. You need training. I'm also working out. I'm going to gym. Not today because I'm sick. I wanted to go today and yesterday, but each and every day it just feels messed up. My body feels messed up, so I can't. I'm waiting until I feel a little bit alright. Gym again.
Someone is making a ridiculous claim about 3I Atlas.
But yeah, I was working while I was doing that.
And what about how it's now supposedly on a collision course with
It'll be
Mars?
alright.
And this one is my favorite. 3I Atlas is firing nuclear magnetic power at the sun and cracking Earth's sheet.
I was watching this so bad, you know that you already. A saying, there is a saying, don't dwell. I think I dreamed about that. I say don't. I wrote it somewhere on my phone. I cannot watch it right now because I'm talking to you and I'm on. But there is I think a quote or analogy or some, and I dreamed about it and I wrote it down. It was like, don't dwell on low, don't stray on low waters. And I searched up the meaning on ChatGPT, and it was like, don't, like, uh, you know, to about my life and everything. So that will help you out. Just too long on the negative thoughts. You survive it. You'll be all right. Things will go right. I know it's tough, but yeah. What up? Be right back. Gotta get some water.
What does that even mean? Of course, none of this is true. Let's see what everyone's claiming.
It's getting brighter, which means that it's possibly slowing down.
When we look out at 3i Atlas, it is showing literally no signs of slowing down in a way that lets it come and visit us here on Earth. It's on a hyperbolic path through our solar system, and to be honest, it doesn't even really come near the Earth. As any object falls towards the sun, they actually speed up and then eventually slow down again as they leave the solar system. So consider this one debunked.
It's producing its own light source, and it's producing it from within. I don't remember the last time a comet, meteor, or asteroid did that.
I agree. I don't remember the last time a comet, asteroid, or meteor emitted its own light, because they don't, and neither does 3i Atlas. The coma lights up as the dust and gas gets excited from the sun's radiation. Pretty basic stuff.
Do you hear about that fucking object that's hurtling towards Earth at like 130,000 miles an hour?
Yeah, that might solve all our problems. Okay, this one's at least partly true. It actually is traveling at 130,000 miles per hour, but again, doesn't come anywhere near the Earth.
But Harvard astronomers have gone on record saying that this is actually an alien spacecraft that is possibly on a reconnaissance spy mission to Earth, and it's set to arrive November 2025.
So here's the real problem with stories like this. I think she genuinely believes that a Harvard astronomer has come out and made those claims. I don't think she's being deceptive. But when the media takes things out of context, this is what you get. It is one Harvard astronomer, Avi Loeb, who co-authored a speculative paper about the object. He very specifically said it's probably not aliens and it's more of a thought experiment. So no, what she said is just not true.
The physics of it does not make any sense. There's a massive CO2 cloud around this thing, and as we know on Earth, CO2 is used as a propellant or a propulsion system. So not only is it spewing out CO2, it's not producing any water vapor, which means it's not frozen, as it should be in space.
So the coma is nearly entirely CO2. That part is true. And while most of the comets that we've seen don't really look like this, doesn't that kind of make sense? I mean, it's not a comet from our solar system after all. Why would we expect it to look exactly the same? Also, there is water. A little bit, but it is there. Oh, and about that propulsion. When comets outgas like this, they actually do produce a tiny rocket-like acceleration, but it's very obviously natural and uncontrolled. There's no engine on it. If it was an engine, it would be one of the worst, most inefficient engines you could possibly design. So again, this one is debunked. So if all of these people have been misled into believing that a hostile alien spacecraft is about to invade the Earth, why is Avi doing this? He's made very similar claims before when it came to Oumuamua. So what's going on? Having spent weeks now reading his blog posts, watching interviews, and studying his papers, I think it just comes down to this. I think Avi wants to keep the alien hypothesis on the table until it's definitely ruled out. He believes that this open-minded style of inquiry is being shut down at many of these institutions, because if you suggest that it could be aliens, then you're either not taken seriously or even laughed at. And to some degree, I can see where he's coming from. Science needs to be objective and weigh up multiple hypotheses, even if one of them is extreme, like aliens. But I do think there has to be some duty of care in today's media climate. Consumption of content and headlines move so quickly now that when someone sees a 20-second video or a headline, they just take it at face value and don't bother to fact check it. The media companies and social media platforms aren't incentivized to put these safeguards in place either. After all, the headline Harvard physicist believes that interstellar object is a hostile alien spacecraft, gets clicks, and makes the money. So while I don't think Avi is intentionally misleading anyone or spreading misinformation, the end result is somewhat the same. Millions of people around the world are now convinced that an alien spacecraft is flying through our solar system. Genuinely. And if you're one of them, I want you to do just one thing for me. In October and November, as this thing flies past the inner planets and eventually goes to leave the solar system, remember what they were telling you. They said it would slow down, hide behind the sun, invade the Earth, crash into Mars, and when it doesn't, question why. So unfortunately, no. 3i Atlas is almost certainly not an alien spacecraft. But if you do want to learn about how NASA may have just found proof of aliens on Mars, then watch this video I just posted to the channel and subscribe.
Het is een enorme ontwikkeling voor jezelf als persoon als je in het onderwijs zit. En volgens mij had ik dat op dat moment ook heel hard nodig met alle tegenslagen te vooruit. Dus dit heeft me ook als mensen enorm vooruitgebracht.
Dit is Daan, bakker bij Bolletje. En bakker Daan heeft weer iets nieuws bedacht. Een cracker in de vorm van een bagel. Oh, en zo smaakvol. Knapperig van buiten, luchtig van binnen. Ronduit lekker, die nieuwe bagel cracker. Ik wil Bolletje.
Mexico. Located on the Yucatan Peninsula are the ruins of an ancient Mayan city that thrived from 750 to 1200 AD. It was here in 1969 that Eric von Daniken had an amazing realization involving the city's central pyramid of El Castillo.
I was standing before this great pyramid. I understood nothing. I took every possible literature from Central American archaeologists to learn what's this all about. And then I learned again. They are talking of visitors from outside. Of course, they call them gods.
According to the ancient Mayan myths, their main deity
What's up,
was
what's up, what's up?
flying serpent or flying snake. Whatever.
When we're looking across the world, Chichen Itza is a very important location. It is one of those places where it is said that the gods descended to and decreed the fate of mankind.
Let me read what you say. You say,
And there is one specific
bro, it's really feel so bad when you know that you already fucked up in life, you know. I have many things to say, but I know nothing is going to happen,
While the sunburst goes up, you see on the stairway light
you
and
too,
shadow,
right?
triangles of light and shadow. They are
Bro,
produced
I didn't even find a real friend. All of us
until the
again,
sun is
as
up there.
each other
The
what
message is
we think will
absolutely clear.
become in the
God
future.
Kukulkan visited
Everyone's
the earth
was sharing their
and
thoughts.
disappeared again
When I
with
asked
the
one of my
promise
close friends
in
what
a
she
faraway
thought I
future.
become, she said, you just prepare for another year for your exam, it means you won't be able to crack it. We'll have to hearing that hearing that really makes you feel like why are you even no, don't think so negative about yourself. Like again, life happens. Sometimes you got ups, sometimes you got downs, and I understand. When you have like, believe me, in life you get more of it, but the downs shouldn't make you feel like like your life is fucked up. Like you have no opportunity to get yourself back up. That's not true. So and that I cannot even see I, if I remind myself to the old you, she wasn't even thinking that way. So yeah, be as confident as the person that you were.
You see a man bending forward, almost like a rising motorcyclist. He has his nose on some kind of oxygen mask. He uses his upper hand to manipulate the knob. You see his lower hand. He manipulates.
You say give it again. Let me read what you say. When I asked what she thought, she said for another year, so I made women to be able to crack it, and you have to. Relative so you get you got me there. That's true. That's so true. Why you had to throw it? Why you had to throw a fact right in front of my face? But that's absolutely right.
In western Honduras lie the impressive ruins of the ancient
But
Maya
still,
city.
Don't make them. Don't like to say. They supposed live as long as much. I don't know. I don't. It's a fucked up thing. But don't make them make you the villain. You know what I mean?
72-step structure.
You know your position, so stay on that. Stay on that.
The hieroglyphic stairway at Copan was constructed in the early 700s AD
I think we just
with the intent of writing out the history of Copan at that time.
I wish I did it with a higher.
As a public monument to the glory and success of all the kings from Yaxcucmo all the way to the
For the reflex, these flies are really they're annoying me, but at the same time I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it.
Monument.
Each and every time they come, I'm like,
known as glyphs make up what historians believe is
give
one
me
of the
some
oldest
reflex
and most
training.
sophisticated
I love it.
systems of writing. But for centuries, the glyphs found throughout Mesoamerica were undecipherable. Then, in 1880,
I don't even have
archaeologist Ernst Fortson
follow.
cracked
And
the
there is
code.
no sense.
At Dresden, and in his desk he kept one of the 4 Maya books, the Dresden Codex. He was a brilliant mathematician and extremely logical and had enormous insights, and at a time when we couldn't read a single Maya hieroglyph, he was able to figure out the Maya calligraphy.
Maya hieroglyphic writing is very robust, and that's because it uses really 2 components. There are logographs. Logographs are really pictures that represent entire words. So Balam, for example, which is jaguar, could be written with just the head of a jaguar. On the other, we have these things that we call phonetic complements. And these are that represent sounds.
I did not play this. I did not play this. But fuck it.
According to interpretations of
You
the
say,
hieroglyphic stairway,
bro,
the glyphs
there are
chronicle
also
Bro, they
the
are the
origin
ones who
of the
make
ancient
the
Maya
life
rulers.
hell.
The
You always,
hieroglyphs are really attached to
I always try
and that was
relatives,
lineage,
but they
the
are.
genealogies of the kings.
You call
They
them this
went
shit
out of their
relative,
way
but
to
they are
demonstrate how
the
they were
ones who
connected
make
to
to
gods of their
not
ancestors
remember
to
them.
establish their right to
Yeah,
rule.
but at some point they are your
This is a
family,
picture I
right?
took of
So you cannot
of a
escape
close-up
them. You have to just
of a sculpture
build,
of
try to build
Washat
from that. You
Goshen
know what I mean?
Uba Ka'uil,
Make
the
a life a
13th ruler.
better.
And he's
You can
depicted
also
here
try
on the front
to
with all of his
explain it to
finery,
them while
and then the
in certain
sculptor
situations. Like
put
I
a
say, you
hieroglyphic
can
passage on the side,
cannot
which
always
all
take
10
everything.
commoners could
So
read,
you have
but
to
all the
make
elites could,
sure
and the king couldn't. So
that you
he
also
wanted
have
another elite
boundaries.
down
That
there
you, like
in
you also have
press people
lines
by
that
saying this
certain peoples cannot
demonstrates
cross. Your
the
families are included.
semi-divinity of our king and his power to intercede between us and the heavens.
But just what was the real source of power and authority behind the Maya priests and kings? Do the hieroglyphs reveal an otherworldly truth to their origin, as the Maya themselves maintain?
He said, how can I talk to them? They don't want to talk with
Astronaut
me.
theorists believe the answer is yes.
That's tough.
We have to think
That's
about
I've
today's
been there. Talk. It's not they want to talk. It's more listen. There's a definition. There's two um difference in talking and listening. Talking is when you are talking and the other has to stay quiet and listen to what the other one says. That's actual conversation, a talk. That's a talk. But in conversation, there's always a lackage of listening. The other doesn't want to listen the other one. Or finish the other one with. I have that. Sometimes someone is talking and I'm like, it's just I don't do it. I don't do it on purpose, but it happens. That you might cut short the other one's conversation, and he or she will not appreciate that, and it becomes not a conversation anymore, or a talk, you might call it. That is what is happening nowadays. People don't want to admit that they are doing it too. Mm.
They were all in contact
Yeah,
with
I'm playing. I'm playing.
extraterrestrials, and that's why they were revered. Our ancestors thought they were.
I'm playing.
Van Green Choice krijg je positieve energie met 100% groene stroom. En door samen de natuur een handje te helpen. Dat doen we dicht bij huis en verder weg. Als klant doe je er automatisch aan mee. Green Choice. Positieve energie.
Ziet er mooi uit. En de koffie is nog beter. Philips Aristina.
What is happening, man? Science. Get over following the rat.
You say, yeah, bro. Define. Define. I will always pray for you. Have a good day.
Emma Watson.
Oh, we'll do something good. I know. will make it. Bye, I'm going now. I'll see you next time. And thank you for being here, man.
With all the trans stuff going on, even a couple of the other actors might have ran their mouth.
Deuces.
So she's going scorched earth, huh? Check this out.
I was having a snack a little bit.
Greetings, you over 1 million muggles and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. I've had a working theory that J.K. Rowling, who doesn't need any money, decided to go ahead with the Harry Potter TV show partially.
I want to hear her say her name. Is it Rowling or Rowling?
Rowling.
You know what I mean?
It's J.K. Rowling. But fuck
Not
it.
solely to erase Daniel
Fuck it, man.
Radcliffe and
Who
Emma
gives a
Watson from the
shit?
story.
Rowling,
Now,
Rowling.
the sets in the TV show look so similar to the films. It'll make it easier for them to pluck out Emma and Daniel and plop in the new actors on all the merchandising and in the theme parks. And with a lot of the casting, maybe that theory was close to being correct. In my head anyway. That was, of course, until Black Snake. But maybe that was a sacrifice J.K. was willing to make. Because, once again, I'm here to report on the resulting find out of the around. We're not going to bury the lead on this one because today, prolific author and creator
Find out of the... I like that.
Of Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling, and you can insert your YouTube title here. Either nuked Emma Watson from orbit, or went scorched earth on Emma Watson, or Avada Kedavra Emma Watson from the astronomy tower.
Why aren't people copying this down?
Because Emma Watson, who played Hermione Granger in the films and who has also been on a bit of a break from acting, decided to resurface on a podcast and reopen some old wounds. Let's just say that was ill-advised. And just for a brief recap, just in case some of you were living under a rock for the last 5 years, no judgment, by the way. It's all over J.K. Rowling's views on one particular issue, which is...
Trans. Fucked up. Fucked up.
As you may or may not know, Daniel Radcliffe and Emma Watson over the past few years have taken throw the woman under the knife bus who is responsible for their careers. Now, Rupert Grint, who plays Ron Weasley, has made his comments as well, but they weren't as bad, but I'm not sure that makes much.
It was her, Emma Watson, and a couple of that.
J.K. Rowling posted this back in March in response to the question, what actor/actress instantly ruins a movie for you? 3 guesses. Sorry.
Wow.
So now that some time has passed and it's not so in vogue to pile on J.K. Rowling anymore, probably because her views were never wrong to begin with, and it also has something to do with the cultural shift and this trend dying down violently. As previously mentioned, Emma Watson came out of hiding and went on a podcast a couple of days ago, and it appears that she kind of changed her tune. Now, before you hear this, I want to preface this by stating you are going to hear the verbal equivalent of somebody walking over a field of landmines.
I really don't believe that by having had that experience and holding the love and support and views that I have mean that I can't and don't treasure Joe and the person that I had personal experiences with. I will never believe that one negates the other, and that my experience of that person I don't get to keep and cherish. To come back to our earlier thing, I just don't think these things are either or. It's my deepest wish. I hope people who don't agree with my opinion will love me, and I hope I can keep loving people who I don't necessarily share the same opinion with. I guess where I've landed is it's not so much what we say or what we believe, but very often how we say it. That's really important, and that's really frustrating and not what you want to hear when you're really angry and upset with someone. I don't know, I just see this world right now where we seem to be giving permission for this kind of like throwing out of people, or that people are disposable. I just believe that no one's disposable. Everyone, as far as possible, whatever the conversation is, should and can be treated with, at the very least, dignity and respect.
What you just said is one of the most...
Yes.
There was a whole lot of eggshell walking in that statement that she made.
A lot of BS.
Insanely idiotic things I've ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything.
Movies.
Considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
Well, that was a very long-winded, incoherent, professional adult pretender way of saying we can agree to disagree, but she can't even say that because all of her allies would turn on her in a moment. You know, people like you, Emma, and I would argue maybe you should have led with this. That Hogwarts Express has left the station. Now, J.K. Rowling did respond, and it was coherent, thoughtful, and savage. J.K. starts out by saying that no actor owes her any allegiance because they were in something that she created. Emma Watson and her co-stars have every right to embrace gender identity ideology. Such beliefs are legally protected, and I wouldn't want to see any of them threatened with loss of work, or violence, or death because of them. Like J.K. Rowling was. However, Emma and Dan in particular have both made it clear over the last few years that they think our former professional association gives them the particular right, nay obligation, to critique me and my views in public. Years after they finished acting in Potter, they continue to assume the role of de facto spokespeople for the world I created. In other words, you're a couple of ungrateful whelps who are nothing more than contracted workers who memorized reinterpreted lines from my source material, and you can feel free to piss off now.
Pretty much.
But then J.K. gets into what really stung, that very deliberate jab from Emma Watson at the BAFTAs.
There's that clip of her at the BAFTAs, and it was just kind of like a really...
It's one of those things too. It's like if you know her personally, it's something you can talk to. You can message her about it. You can call her about it. I'm telling you.
I still treasure J.K. Rowling.
And all this other stuff is that you start meeting people in the industry, in entertainment. There are people that are only there to get what they can get from you. They want to use you. They will stab you in the back. They will say anything publicly. Well, in private, saying that they're your friend, but they'll publicly do things that clearly show that you have no relationship whatsoever. You have to. And I bet you it was like that with them. I bet you that as big as that franchise was, they probably had some type of relationship with her to where they could call her, talk to her, email her, text her, get a hold of her, if there was anything that they needed to say to her. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, you see all these people putting this public stuff out, they were using it. You know what I mean? It's, you see it happen with friendships, relationships, working relationships, people around. And it's like you have respect for each other. At least you thought that they're stabbing each other in the backs, writing memoirs, all this other stuff. I'm telling you, I do not trust a lot of people in this damn entertainment industry.
Snidey, there's that bit where she says, I'm here for all the witches, like, yeah.
The witches.
There, she said, by the way, instead of except for one, but Emma has never denied that was a jab. J.K. goes on, in truth, that was the turning point for me, but it had a postscript that hurt far more than the speech itself. Emma asked somebody to pass on a handwritten note from me to her, which contained the single sentence, I'm sorry for what you're going through. She has my phone number. This was back when the death, assault, and torture...
What did I just get done talking about? She has her phone number. If there was something, see?
Presenter. Clip highlights Emma's witch's speech. That was turning point for me. But it that hurt far more than the speech itself. Emma has someone to pass on a handwritten note from her to me, which contained the single sentence for what you are going through. She has my phone number. This was back when the death, rape, and torture threats against me were at the peak. And when my personal security measures had to be constantly worried for my family's safety. Emma had just publicly poured more petrol on the flames, yet thought an expression of concern from her would reassure mental sympathy and kindness. Knew she had to go through all that shit. More oil into the fire. That's fucked up.
Watch out. Each other and discuss this on the phone if they're really friends. If they're
It's true. That is
don't
true.
do this stuff to each other. You know what I mean? They're cool and they have each other's phone. Yo, what's up, man? How you doing? Hey, there's something to talk to you about happened. Yeah, what was so tell me what happened so I can understand this properly. Oh, okay, yeah, because I thought this and this. Oh, okay, you know what I mean? They're not gonna go using clicks. You know,
Yep.
trying to get brownie points and hoping they can get people to think they're so great and all this other stuff by trying to make other people look bad when they can just call these people on the phone. You know what I mean? Like, come on now.
Threats against me were at their peak. Emma had just publicly poured more petrol on the flames, yet thought a one-line expression of concern from her would reassure me of her fundamental sympathy and kindness. But wait!
No, it was more.
Like never
Oh
experienced
man,
adult.
need to read this. Like other people, it's adult life, and has so little experience of real life. She's ignorant. She is. Whoa. She'll never need a homeless shelter. She'll never be changing since childhood. Whoa. Um, when you're single, occupation. Yeah. She up in a nearly mixed sex round swimming pool. Is a center that refuses to go with a prison cell with a male rapist who's at in.
By wealth and fame, Emma
I think this person.
has so little experience of
This is.
he's ignorant of how ignorant she is. And JK goes on to rattle off some of the things that Emma Watson thankfully will not have to experience.
Like some people really are ignorant of what they're ignorant of. They just don't think it's better. Certain things before you're going to speak to lash out at someone. It's better to hear or just not saying anything at all. Not your mom. And a lot of us, it's our grandmothers used to say, if you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say it at all. You know what I mean? That way, you just and then take in all the information that you can before you speak to that person privately. I mean,
homeless shelters, assault crisis centers, and women's prisons. I wasn't a multi-millionaire at 14. I lived in poverty while writing the book that made Emma famous. I therefore understand from my own life experience what the trashing of women's rights in which Emma has so enthusiastically participated means to women and girls without her privileges. The greatest irony here is that had Emma not decided in her most recent interview to declare that she loves and treasures me, a change of tack I suspect she's adopted because she's noticed that full-throated condemnation of me is no longer quite as fashionable as it was. I might have never been this honest. And again, Emma Watson wasn't the only one to rush to distance herself from J.K. Rowling and passive-aggressively pile on her 5 years ago when she made the very controversial yet scientifically accurate statements about biology. Rupert Grint basically called her his crazy auntie, which honestly isn't that bad. Alfred Enoch, who was Dean Thomas, distanced himself.
Depends on how he said it. Because if he said it in a very, I don't know, dismissive way, or to make it sound like anything that comes out of her mouth now is just ludicrous or something like that. You know, it all depends on how he said it, you know. I just can't see anyone calling me their crazy auntie. You know what I mean? I would have to see his quote.
As well, and then there was the aforementioned Daniel Radcliffe.
It makes me really sad, ultimately. I do look at the person that I met.
Auntie, which honestly isn't that bad. Alfred Enoch.
Who played James Thomas?
Dean Thomas distanced himself as well, and then there was the aforementioned Daniel Radcliffe.
It makes me really sad, ultimately. I do look at the person that I met, the times that we met, and the books that she wrote, and the world that she created, and all of that is to me so deeply empathic. Radcliffe previously wrote a statement supporting the trans community for the Trevor Project in 2020, saying in part, to all the people who now feel that their experience of the books has been tarnished,
I know he did a roll like that. What is this?
These comments have caused you.
While it doesn't absolve the adult pretenders of their responsibility, we certainly can't leave out the Access media, who was certainly on the flames. Listen how they frame J.K. Rowling's views in this.
Rowling recently wrote on social media saying she would not forgive those who have supported trans healthcare.
I don't think she's ever come out against trans healthcare unless you include this.
Celebs who cozied up to a movement intent on eroding women's hard-won rights and who use their platforms to cheer on the transitioning of minors concede their apologies for traumatized detransitioners and vulnerable women reliant on single-sex spaces.
Then there are the actors who have supported J.K. or at least not completely shit on her, like Tom Felton, Jason Isaacs, Helen Bonham Carter, Ralph Fiennes, and the late great Robbie Coltrane, who said this: I don't think what she said was offensive, really. There's a whole generation of people waiting around to be offended. They wouldn't have won the war, would they? And you know who else supports J.K. Rowling in her views? The vast majority of the general public. And that's reflected in this thing we call reality. Some of you may recall that there was a narrative back in 2021 that J.K. Rowling's views had affected her book sales. Well, in 2018, it was reported that she sold 500 million books in total, and by 2023, that number went up to 600 million. So I'm guessing that's not exactly true. Let's consider the evidence anecdotally. At Barnes & Noble, a book chain here in America, she has the largest section of merchandise and books of any author. Hogwarts Legacy was a best-selling video game that definitely benefited from the failed boycott. The Wizarding Worlds at Universal Studios Hollywood and Orlando are constantly packed, and it's not unusual to wait 3 hours to ride Hagrid. Oh, and they just expanded with the Epic Universe with the Universal Epic Universe at Universal Orlando Resort. Say that 10 times fast. According to the bookseller, Pottermore Publishing enjoyed a record year as revenues increased to 48.8 million. And that's British pounds, proper money. Regal just ran a Back to Hogwarts marathon where you could have watched all the Harry Potter movies. You can also watch them on HBO and Peacock. There's a brand new Harry Potter audio series for Audible starting this November with a full cast that, in some aspects, is better than the TV show. No offense to John Lithgow, but Hugh Laurie is Dumbledore? Hell yeah. And yes, while not perfect, Riz Ahmed is much better casting as Snape than Papi Asiata with Black Snape. Speaking of that, yes, there is the Harry Harry Potter series heading to HBO in 2027, which had the potential of being the biggest show on that network or streamer or whatever the hell you call them since Game of Thrones at its peak. I'm not ashamed to say I'm a massive fan of Harry Potter, and I can acknowledge that it is the millennials' Star Wars. It is the biggest franchise out there that has the least damage. That's why it's absolutely inexplicable and baffling that they would make such a stupid decision as to cast Black Snape. Forget all the controversy with J.K. Rowling. This is the one thing that jeopardizes that show. Got nothing against Papa Asiato as an actor or a person, and I think he would make a great Kingsley Shacklebolt, but not a very good Snape. I can't wait to see that first promotional picture, and the only question I have is...
That's how it is. Look, if you're not going to cast people that are the characters, then don't do it. Things where everybody's checking a box for something. You know what I mean? It's the first Daredevil movie. You know what I mean? Kingpin was a black man, and everybody was okay with it because people knew that different, and he truly embodied the physicality of who the Kingpin was. Okay, he just wasn't white. It worked. You know what I mean? I didn't hear anybody snapping and flipping out about the idea of Marlon Wayans being Robin in one of the Batman movies when they were toying with that. No one was talking about that, you know. And there's other situations, and like the Flash with Iris and Kid Flash, and you know, like I didn't hear none of this stuff then. You know what I mean? And it's we're just trying out different things and doing alternate universes and different takes and stuff, and people weren't. But once people found out that there was an agenda behind it, and that was the reason why. And so, in addition to you race, they were gender swapping, sexuality swapping, and pushing a certain agenda. All of that wrapped in one. If people see any one of those things, they're automatically irritated. It's not even the fact that you're doing it anymore. It's the fact that you're doing it for, well, many people see it's just the wrong reasons. You're doing it to fake pander to... Look what we've done, and people don't care. They just want the character. They want the real character embodied as much as possible in that actor, and you're not doing it. And it's driving people insane. And that's the reason why Ballerina didn't work. That's the reason why Furiosa didn't work. And both of them were not girl boss movies. But because people are so used to it now, you've trained people to think that they're all going to be girl boss movies now that people aren't interested in. And it happens when you gender swap, it happens when you race swap, it happens when you sexuality swap. People don't want to hear it no more. Keep on doing it.
Will he have straight hair? Because if he does, that means Snape straightens his hair. And while the female Voldemort rumor is absolutely ridiculous, and I don't think it's true, you can't blame people for believing it after Black Snape. But not to worry, Daniel Radcliffe and Emma Watson. You might actually get what you want. Depending on the success of the TV show, you guys might no longer be the faces of Harry Potter. Therefore, you won't have to worry as much about that association with J.K. Rowling. Please like, share, and subscribe if you did like what you heard.
I hope they end up casting a female Voldemort. I just want to see the fandom. I want to see what they say. See, because I'm not a Harry Potter fan. I've watched all the movies, and I enjoyed myself. I thought that they were all good. I thought they were all good, but I wasn't hooked. You know what I mean? By the way, I'm a Slytherin. Yeah, I know. People think I would be something else. I'm the same as Merlin, the greatest wizard of all time. The Slytherin. But, yeah, they just didn't grab me like that. And, you know, if a new movie came out, I would watch it again. But knowing what this series is going to be, I'm most likely not going to watch it. If it came out tomorrow, I'm not watching it. I just have I already know what they're doing. They're already doing the same dumb stuff that they've been doing. I have no interest in watching it at all. Who knows, maybe by 2027 I will. 10 million subscribers. Wow.
Auto's vinden nat worden niet erg. Onze laadstations hebben een dak voor jou.
Met HelloFresh kom je echt lekker thuis. HelloFresh, het avondeten voor elkaar. tonight concerns forced monkey labour on coconut plantations. It is real, by the way. Monkeys are apparently captured and raised to harvest coconuts. You're probably thinking, oh, fuck. I mean, coconuts for me, isn't it? I'm never going to be able to enjoy them again without the mental image of a chained-up monkey forced to work long hours in the Thai sun for pay that is, I'm guessing, well below Thai monkey minimum wage. Well, I've got some good news. We're not actually talking about blood coconuts tonight. That was just a decoy, so you'd be less bummed out when I revealed our real topic, Israel. Now, oh yes, oh certainly. Tell me about the sad monkeys. Israel is a country that I'm guessing you're already aware of, but in case you need a primer on its someone with a helpful visual.
It's a small country in terms of land. See this pen, this wonderful pen? My desk is the Middle East. And this pen, the top of the pen, that's Israel. That's not good, right? You know, that's a pretty big difference. I use that as an analogy. It's pretty accurate, actually.
So, from him calling the pen wonderful to holding it up vertically, the only wrong way to hold it. To take A just taught in the size of Israel minutes before. Specifically, we're going to talk about Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, Bibi if you're nasty, otherwise known as the original source material for Mr. Potato Head. Netanyahu, the point that he's actually Israel's longest-serving Prime Minister. And for decades, he's portrayed himself as the only person capable of keeping Israel safe, sometimes making that argument through fun campaign ads like this one, where a couple are getting ready to go out, wondering where their babysitter is, when this happens.
ראש הממשלה. איזה כבוד. מה אתה עושה פה?
הזמנתם בייביסיטר? קיבלתם ביביסיטר. איפה הילדים?
אבל אתה ראש הממשלה. אתה תשמור לנו על הילדים.
אתם בוחרים מי ישמור על הילדים שלנו. בבחירות הקרובות מצביעים רק הליכוד.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the name BB does kind of sound like the word baby, but it is a bit of a stretch, though to be fair, it's not the worst use of a nickname in a political campaign, because that would be when Richard Nixon was the subject of campaign buttons that said, "My pick is Dick." Come in. My pick is Dick, or I got twat. That means the mother-in-law tell her birth story. He's a big, strong guy who won't let Israel get pushed around. And even some of his most ardent supporters describe him as a belligerent piece of shit. Here are some explaining their support for him ahead of the election in the 90s.
Only Bibi. He's the #1 politician in the country. Bibi Netanyahu. He has a mouth that can wrap the whole country around his finger.
We need a prime minister who stand up to the world, not a sucker. Someone who knows how to lie, too. We need a prime minister who's an asshole son of a bitch.
Wow! Fans are going, this guy's a fucking nightmare, it's a yes from me. Also, stop interviewing that guy while he's still driving. Caused it. Strong offense to the absolute limits. Just this year, he's continued to preside over the longest and deadliest war in Israel's history. He's starved Gaza, bombed Iran, and carried out airstrikes in Qatar, Yemen. Like someone gave him a rise and grind coffee mug, and he took it sociopathically literally. But it is worth knowing, Netanyahu and his coalition are not currently that popular in Israel. Polls continue to show his coalition would lose the next election were it to be held today. And many of his fellow politicians don't seem big fans either, with Bibi's former ambassador to the US saying he's unable to distinguish between personal and political interests, and even this minister in his government calling him at one point a danger to the state of Israel, which is pretty direct from a political ally. In this country, the most damning thing a Republican's been brave enough to say publicly about Trump was Mitch McConnell suggesting we're living through a time with certain similarities to the 30s. And you're thinking, wait, did he mean that thing, or just that ankle hemlines are coming back in fashion? The answer's neither. He was apparently referring to the Smoot-Hawley tariff bill, which is definitely where all our heads went when he dropped the 1930s reference. always seems to find a way to hang on to power. He's been unseated as Prime Minister twice, only to come back each time. The point is, years from now, when people tell the story of Israel's brutality in Gaza, they'll need to talk about the history of Israel's founding mission, the complex politics of the Middle East, America's choice to give more military aid to Israel than any other country in history, and 1,000 other things. But they'll also need to tell the story of one Benjamin Netanyahu, a man so singularly focused on remaining in power, he's allied with the most extreme voices in his country. So given that, tonight, let's talk about Netanyahu. And let's start with some background. He grew up with a father who was a well-known proponent of an uncompromising form of Zionism, visionist Zionism, which focused on the need for a military force strong enough to compel the Arabs to accept a Jewish state on their native land. Bibi actually spent some formative years in the US, attending high school in Philadelphia. In his mid-20s, his brother Yoni, a commander in the IDF, was killed while rescuing more than 100 Israelis who'd been taken hostage after a plane hijacking, and he was hailed as a national hero. And following that, Bibi, who was still living in the US and going by Ben Nitai, began to get more attention, and he got pretty good at arguing Israel's case. Here he is on a Boston area TV show.
Just in a time, is the issue of self-determination the core of the conflict in the Middle East?
No, I don't believe it is. The real core of the conflict is the unfortunate Arab refusal to accept the state of Israel.
Yeah, that was a young Netanyahu defending Israel on Boston TV. That program, by the way, Tark and Sacks with Chip and Chowder. Over the years, the show's held some surprisingly nuanced debates on issues like the Mideast conflict, as well as exactly how many penises Derek Jeter could fit in his mouth. Now, Netanyahu got into international diplomacy, becoming ambassador to the UN, and ultimately moved into politics as chair of the right-wing Likud party, where he made his name campaigning against the historic Oslo Accords. They, famously, laid out a framework for Israel negotiating peace with the Palestinians. And Netanyahu, in particular, railed against the prime minister who signed those accords on Israel's behalf, Yitzhak Rabin. Bibi went scorched earth, even speaking at an infamous rally where the crowd burned images of Rabin in a Nazi uniform and chanted for his death. Just a month later, he was assassinated by a far-right extremist, and many blamed Netanyahu for stoking the anger that led to that assassination, including Rabin's widow.
To what extent do you blame Mr. Netanyahu and the Likud for what has happened?
I do blame them. The rally in Kikar Zion in Jerusalem, they showed him in the uniform of a Nazi. So Mr. Bibi Netanyahu, now we can say from here to eternity that he didn't support it and didn't agree with it, but he was there, and he didn't stop it.
Right. Now, Netanyahu denies
Okay, this is
political violence, and in his defense,
some hot tea.
it's not
I
like he
didn't
was
know.
leading a mock funeral procession before Rabin's death with a coffin labelled Rabin kills Zionism in Hebrew, except, of course, he was very much filmed doing the only way that could get any more on the nose is if he held a sign reading plausible deniability and seemed to turn the public mood towards his case that pursuing peace was pointless. And Netanyahu was elected prime minister for the first time in 1996. It's a position that he served in, on and off for 7 years. He claimed, he's repeatedly made, is boasting that he can bring the US along with whatever he does. Here he is in 2001 during a period out of power, talking to senators in the West Bank and explaining that if back in charge, he'd be able to aggressively support them and convince America to back him.
The world won't say anything. The world will say that we are protecting.
Aren't you afraid of the world, Bibi?
Especially today with America. I know what America is. America is something that can be easily pushed to the right direction.
Wow. America can be easily pushed. Even if that is true, it's insulting to hear out loud. If I heard someone on my horses just showing this picture and I'll forget the next 3 things you say, I'd be 1, furious, 2, intensely curious to see that picture, and I can't remember what the 3rd thing is. Just show me that fucking photo right now. A lot of success in pushing America, particularly with Republican presidents, and especially with Donald Trump. In fact, it was during Trump's first term that Netanyahu celebrated what he considered his greatest foreign policy triumph, the Abraham Accords, which normalised diplomatic relations with several Arab states, most notably the UAE and Bahrain. It was a plan supported by Jared Kushner, who Trump, of course, put in charge of fixing the Middle East during his first term. His haircut while sitting in a plastic race car chair. To abandon the long-standing condition among many Arab countries that relations with Israel could only come after the establishment of a Palestinian. He could basically freeze the Palestinians out. He's been trying to get Saudi Arabia to sign on next, but it's worth knowing many observers have warned that these accords were always just going to end up further marginalising Palestinians.
He said, we are going to have peace with Saudi Arabia, and the Palestinians should not have a veto on that.
I've long sought to make peace with the Palestinians. But I also believe that we must not give the Palestinians a veto over new peace treaties with Arab states.
Which is in a different language. Excuse my French.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I will not excuse your French. The only person allowed to say fuck TV is me, because if I lose that, I'm little more than a streamer explaining the news so that a dead-eyed 14-year-old can swipe past me without noticing that, unlike most streamers, I'm in a very expensive room. Palestinians, that shouldn't be surprising. Everything Netanyahu does has that as a side effect. If he could pour a bowl of Gaza meaningfully worse, he would do that. And don't think that he doesn't have Israel's top geopolitical serial scientists working on how to make that dream come true. But obviously, while many focus on Netanyahu's foreign policy, he's also a domestic leader. And at home, his time in office has increasingly been defined by attempts to cling to power, even as he's faced allegations of corruption, including charges of bribery and fraud in 3 separate cases. And while he denies those charges, to run through them very quickly, the first accuses him of accepting nearly $300,000 in gifts, including cigars and champagne from prominent businessmen. And I will say, it is not a great look that one of those businessmen has testified that Bibi and his wife used code words for the gifts, with cigars being called leaves and champagne being called roses, which is just inherently suspicious. People activities, as anyone who's ever been disappointed by a Craigslist ad offering to go skiing with Tina Turner has discovered. Wait, cocaine and meth? Oh no, I was looking for a different kind of great time. The two of quid pro quos involving major news platforms, this newspaper and this website, Walla. In that case, prosecutors say he granted regulatory favours to the owner of Walla in exchange for positive coverage of himself and his wife. And just listen to Walla's former editor-in-chief explain how particular Netanyahu could be.
Netanyahu wanted positive coverage so that anyone who visits Walla frequently would think he's the King David of Israel, that he's the wonderful leader leading Israel. He wanted his wife to be pleased, that she'd look good in photographs. How many photos were there? How were the photos? Did they have the right angle? We felt like a restaurant serving only one person. He arrives, and he wants that meat, and this salad, and gets whatever he wants. So we used code words like parsley was the request for more photos. Add lots of parsley to the dish coming out.
It's true, apparently lots of parsley meant more photos, which is kind of brilliant because no one would ever say add more parsley about their actual... It's like Shrek trimmed his pubes while standing directly over... but has tried to drag out the process to the point that it could still take years to reach a verdict. And crucially, if convicted, he could be sentenced up to 10 years in prison for the bribery charge and up to 3 for fraud and breach of trust, which is a lot for a guy pushing 76 and who's allegedly spent years mainlining free cigars and champagne. And he's not the only one in his family who enjoys a lavish lifestyle. Take Bibi's third and current wife, Sarah. She's been called Israel's Marie Antoinette and has famously been accused of abusive behaviour towards her household staff, which she both denies and has twice paid out damages for. taxpayer money from $1,700 on scented candles to $127,000 to have a plane fitted with a double bed to attend the funeral of Margaret Thatcher. And to be fair, and the sight of Thatcher's corpse, they needed that bed. I'm rock hard even thinking about it. Even accepted a plea bargain to settle accusations she spent $100,000 in public funds to order meals from celebrity chefs. And I cannot think of a single celebrity chef I would spend that much on, except all the time. No, not him. Yes, that's the one. When those charges first arose, Sarah tried to get out in front of them by giving a reality host a tour of their official residence to try and show off their modest lifestyle. And she seemed delighted to have him joke about the squalor that they were forced to live in.
I think that this door has been painted 1,000 times.
It's been painted a lot.
What is this?
A lamp just broke and it was glued.
What is this? I'm sorry, what is this? Wow, I'm in shock that this is your kitchen. It looks like the kitchen of a boarding school in Romania in 1954. What's this here in the back? This here's the closet? I think Anne Frank is hiding here in the back.
That I'm unaware of. Terror of an organised system of ethnic extermination, because these cabinets are rats. She has a temper. In 2002, she was recorded saying, "Bibi is bigger than this country. Why should he even bother? We'll move abroad and the whole country can burn." And while I don't need to show you this next clip, I do want to, because back in 2009, a newspaper gossip column published an item about Sarah attending a charity event, but didn't mention her professional credentials. It's a slight that she then discussed with one of her aides on a call that it turns out was recorded. And it is a lot. Under 8 solid months of TikToks using the sound psychologist, B-A-M-A. Flashing out alongside Reese Witherspoon's "You're About to Find Out Who I Am." Oh, good. The scandals surrounding Netanyahu and his reactions to them led more centrist parties in Israel to decide they wouldn't form a coalition with him, forcing him to drift to the right. So, when he returned as Prime Minister in 2022, it was by relying heavily on two constituencies even further to the right than he is, the ultra-Orthodox religious parties and the far-right ultra-nationalists. And they are extreme, because his inner circle now includes people like Itamar Ben-Gvir, a man once labelled the David Duke of Israel, a nickname I'm pretty sure would make the actual David Duke's head explode. And he is a hardline believer in the settler movement, which, as we've discussed on the show before, aims to establish enough settlements in the occupied West Bank to essentially annex the territory, despite most of the world and international law recognising those settlements as illegal. Ben-Gvir's history of extremism goes way back, though. On his first date with his future wife, they visited the grave of an extremist settler who in 1994 gunned down 29 Muslim worshippers, which doesn't just reflect badly on him, it reflects badly on his wife too. Because that should have raised a lot of questions, none of them being, do you want to go on a second date? Before Rabin's assassination, bragging about having gotten close enough to Rabin's car to steal his hood ornament.
You managed to remove the emblem from Rabin's car.
An emblem is a symbol, and this symbol shows that just like we can get to Rabin's car, we could get to Rabin.
That is chilling. And for what it's worth, I'm not even sure Rabin would have got that message, because when he noticed his hood ornament was gone, I'm guessing he thought, oh shit, some arsehole stole the little Cadillac thing from my hood and not, uh-oh, I shouldn't have signed the Oslo Accords. I bet hubcaps. On at least 8 charges, including supporting a terrorist organisation and incitement to racism. In fact, as recently as 3 years ago, Netanyahu refused to share a stage with him or even be seen with him in photographs, once saying he was not fit to be a member of his government. But now, of course, he very much is. Then there's Bezalel Smotrich, Netanyahu's finance minister. Smotrich once called himself a proud homophobe and helped organise an anti-gay beast parade, as if the phrase beast parade didn't already sound like the most out and proud thing on earth. It sounds like a brand of poppers that's been recalled. It sounds like a Fire Island party where the only dress code is edible. Iowa just woke up to the rest of his life. Provocateur, often saying things like this on the floor of the Knesset.
Thank you, Chairman. My fellow members of Knesset, I want to stand here and say unequivocally, there is no such thing as the Palestinian people, period. There is none. Period.
Yeah, pretty offensive, and while he's clearly saying that to get a reaction there, the phrase, there's no such thing as the Palestinian people, also sounds like something that Smotrich says to help himself climax. This man is an unapologetic extremist. He suggested that the starvation of Gazan civilians, war crime, may be just and moral, and he's led the calls for the West Bank to be annexed. And that is just 2 of the, to use a polite term, absolute nightmares central to Netanyahu's coalition, with another key constituency being the ultra-Orthodox. Now, one of that group's biggest concerns is preserving a religious exemption that allows them to skip the mandatory military service required of most young Israelis. That exemption is understandably pretty unpopular in Israel, with resentment only growing as the war in Gaza's dragged on. But he committed to delivering for his extremist partners, and a big flashpoint came in early 2023 when he moved against Israel's judiciary, specifically its Supreme Court. That is something that the far right has wanted for a bunch of reasons. The ultra-Orthodox were furious that the court had ruled against their military exemption, and the settlements crowd saw it as an obstacle to expansion in the West Bank. So Netanyahu, who, remember, was facing corruption charges, so had his own reasons to undermine the court, pushed for a judicial reform bill that would substantially reduce its oversight of government. And that move did not go down well with much of the Israeli public.
All day, protesters gathered in Jerusalem and other Israeli cities. They say it's not just that the proposed legislation would reduce judicial checks and balances on the government, but it would also rob Israel of its identity as a democracy. Maybe the most surreal protest was by Navy SEALs, reservist frogmen, who, like other members of the Israeli military, believe that the government's plans are undemocratic.
Yeah, people were so mad, they protested underwater. In October, things changed tragically when Hamas launched the worst terrorist attack in Israel's history, killing some 1,200 people and taking 251 hostages, 48 of whom are still held in Gaza today, with around 20 believed to still be alive. And look, no one would say Netanyahu personally caused October 7th, but he has definitely ensured that what's come after has caused exponentially more suffering than might otherwise have been. For years, he deliberately allowed Qatar to funnel money into Gaza, literally sending suitcases full of money there in the back seats of cars. And he did this to try and keep Hamas in power, as it meant that he didn't have to deal with their more moderate rival, the Palestinian Authority. It was a massive gamble, and it is one that Israeli journalists still talk about today in utter disbelief.
This money was spent on digging tunnels and buying rockets and producing weapons, now killing Israelis. While Netanyahu was telling us that he was our great protector, he was actually contributing, not directly, to building Hamas and making it a regional power.
It's true, Netanyahu was secretly helping beef up the very organisation that he claimed to be protecting Israelis against, and he was open about his thinking here. He once told a prominent Israeli journalist that a strong Hamas was actually a good thing, as it meant a divided Palestinian government, which would lessen the pressure on him to negotiate toward a Palestinian state. And sure, if something's a threat, Why not make it more dangerous? It's like the classic advice. If you're ever threatened by a bear, give the bear a gun as part of a long-term strategy to make negotiations. What is the... Also, reportedly blew off a warning from Israel's internal security chief that the country faced a challenge at its doorstep with Hamas, which Netanyahu dismissed, arguing that Hamas had been deterred. And that is a statement that has frankly aged worse than when Ellen had shirts that said, "Be kind to one another," or when Eric City in 2020, or when YouTube entitled it, "Army Hammer 8 Another Day," which, according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty, scores of experts, and an independent commission at the UN, constitutes a genocide. In fact, last year, the ICC issued arrest warrants for Netanyahu and others, charging them with war crimes. But of course, his supporters didn't quite see it that way.
This doesn't really have any validity. Netanyahu and the Israeli Defense Force are doing their very, very, very best for the state of Israel. And I'm sorry that the Hague and the International Court cannot appreciate that.
Okay. A pretty good sign that you're not in the right is if you find yourself saying, "I'm sorry that the Hague Court cannot appreciate that," no matter what comes before it. If she had said, "The Roses" is a witty exploration of the trials of modern marriage, and I'm sorry the Hague and the International Court cannot responsible for keeping this war going. Reporting's found that at key stages, his decisions extended the fighting in Gaza longer than even Israel's military leadership deemed necessary. For instance, just this March, he broke a ceasefire and blamed Hamas's refusal to release more hostages before negotiations could proceed, even though that was not part of the ceasefire agreement. In reality, it was actually Netanyahu caving to far-right ministers like Smotrich who had threatened, "If, God forbid, the war is not resumed, I will bring the government down." Even now, Netanyahu's forged ahead with a ground offensive to take Gaza City over the objections of his own military leaders and in defiance of global condemnation. Now, as for Smotrich, he's openly talking about the annexation of Gaza. Just listen to him outline those plans at a conference last week in the grossest possible terms.
There's a business plan set by the most professional people there is, and is on President Trump's table, and how this thing turns into a real estate bonanza. I'm not kidding, it pays off. I've started negotiations with the Americans. I say this not jokingly now, because I also demand. We paid a lot of money for this war, so we need to divide how we make a percentage on the land marketing later in Gaza. And now, no kidding, we've done the demolition phase, which is always the first phase of urban renewal. Now we need to build.
Holy sh**! Referring to mass murder and displacement as urban renewal. That is stretching a euphemism to breaking point. It's basically like calling the Trail of Tears high-speed mass transits. That is not remotely what that was. It is impossible to overstate the death and suffering Netanyahu's decisions, of course, to the over 65,000 Palestinians who are dead, the thousands of children who are amputees, and the thousands more who are starving, but also to the Israeli hostages who've either died or are still being held because of his refusal to prioritise their safety and freedom. It is all truly horrifying, and somehow, in the midst of all this, in June he launched yet another war attacking Iran. Nuclear weapon, something that he's been claiming for 3 fucking decades now. And even after a US-brokered ceasefire was supposed to put a stop to the hostilities, Netanyahu continued to antagonise Iran, which finally seemed to wear on Trump's patience.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with this. Been fighting so long and so... Understand that?
Yeah, he is pissed there. Well, I guess that is one of the 6 moods Trump displays in public. There's pissed, bored, asleep, a little horny, a lot horny, blissed out of the energy of a cheering crowd, and momentarily void that yawns within him, and of course, pissed formal edition. Prize and went on Trump's favorite news network to say this.
If anyone deserves the Nobel Peace Prize, it's President Trump. First of all, he brokered with me the historic Abraham Accords, in which Israel made peace with 4 Arab states. I think that deserves maybe 4 Nobel Prizes for him.
Look, I don't know what is more embarrassing. It is to work. You know, I'd give Trump an extra large Nobel Prize, a super Nobel, if you will, and instead of that dead Swede on the side, it'd have a chick with huge bazongas. That'd be more appropriate. Look, it is very clear that Netanyahu's desperate to stay in power and will do whatever it takes, which on a personal level makes sense. If you are facing a potential prison term, you probably want every bit of leverage you can get to avoid that happening. But some Israelis do recognise the dynamic at work here and are understanding about it. Just look at this coverage of a protest there last month.
Betrays the fighters. Bibi betrays the soldiers, the fighters. He sends them to die. He sends them to fight. He sends them to commit war crimes. And all for what? For what?
Well, his supporters say it's to make Israel.
Oh, it's to make Bibi safe, and they believe we're safe, but I believe the opposite.
Yeah, I believe that too. And the thing is, that's kind of the problem with electing someone because he's an arsehole son of a bitch. You do wind up being governed by someone who's an arsehole. And he's increasingly unpopular here too. A new poll found just 21% of Americans have a favourable view of him. Meanwhile, support for Palestinian statehood is currently at 58% in the US, and just recently a wave of countries, including France. As this map shows, the US is now one of the few countries and the only permanent member of the UN Security Council that doesn't. And sure, Netanyahu might claim that he can easily push America back into supporting him, but I don't know if that's true this time. I think people have seen a little too much at this point. And let me be clear, to attribute the atrocities in Gaza to just one man would be naive. It would also ignore that while many Israelis vehemently disagree with choices that Netanyahu's made, there's also a fair amount of consensus there when it comes to deeper issues like the inevitability of ongoing Israeli occupation in general and the acceptability of denying self-determination to Palestinians. Those are conversations and issues that are going to take much longer and be much harder to resolve. But in the short term, Israelis removing this fucking guy from power might at the very least bring a stop to the horrific suffering in Gaza and bring the hostages home. The next election there is scheduled to occur by next October, though if Netanyahu's coalition ruptures, it could be earlier. But whenever it happens, to anyone in Israel who thinks like that woman, that he is just doing his best to protect the country, or that the ends justify the means, that he is somehow the babysitter everybody needs. It is worth asking just who is Netanyahu really looking out for? Is it the people of Israel who've been put at risk by endless war? Or is it the man who spent 17 years as Prime Minister and seems willing to do whatever it takes to squeeze out a few more? I would argue that it is the second one. And I, for one, am looking forward to the day that Netanyahu is politically done. Because if and when that day finally comes, it truly will be time to break out in words that I'm pretty sure Netanyahu would understand. We're going to dive straight in with our main story tonight concerning the fact that on Wednesday, this happened.
Overnight, ABC pulling late-night talk show host Jimmy Kimmel off the air, hours after a threat from the head of the Federal Communications Commission. Brendan Carr called for Kimmel's suspension over comments earlier this week on Jimmy Kimmel Live about conservative influencer Charlie Kirk's death. ABC pulling the plug. A spokesperson for the network saying Jimmy Kimmel Live will be preempted indefinitely. President Trump weighing in, calling the decision great news for America.
Yeah, ABC pulls Jimmy Kimmel's show indefinitely, and the president apparently thinks it's great news for America, which is just a weird response to have. Not to be fair, the weirdest response he had to anything this week, given that he described his dinner with the royals by saying he ate, and I quote, whatever the hell they served us. And look, Kimmel is now one of many who face consequences for comments in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder 11 days ago, with workers being fired or placed on leave over posts about him. And very quickly, I was honestly inclined to wait to engage with the back and forth over who Charlie Kirk was and what his legacy will be, at least in part because we're taping this on Saturday. His funeral hasn't even taken place yet. What I will say is, a person getting shot is tragic, and a person getting shot for their ideas is horrifying. That is true no matter what those that for many, especially those who were the targets of some of Kirk's ideas, it has been hard to stay quiet as they see flags lowered to half staff and hear claims that he debated things the right way. But setting all of that aside, it does seem like some are now willing to weaponize Kirk's death, wanting to do for years, whether it's going after liberal groups, trans people, or their remaining critics in the media, and under some shamelessly flimsy pretext, all of which brings us back to Jimmy Kimmel. Because look, it is not news that the administration has been wanting to get rid of shows like his. In fact, it's such an open secret that last Sunday, when we won an Emmy for writing, one of our writers opened his thank you speech with a line that was followed by a camera cutaway that now feels pretty prescient.
Thank you so much. We share this category. We are honored to share it with all writers of late-night political comedy. While that is still a type of show that's allowed to exist,
Now, obviously, our writer Daniel did not know the future. Ample accepted an Oscar in 1935 by saying, thank you very much for this. On January 28, 1986, the spaceship Challenger will suffer a catastrophic failure, killing 7 people. You know, kind of spooky stuff. But it's not just a coincidence, because everyone knew the administration had it in for Kimmel. Even Daniel knew that. And to be honest, he doesn't know a ton of stuff. Than Bad Bunny. He's a very good writer. Indefinitely suspend Kimmel's show is just laughably weak, because while you may have seen headlines saying he got in trouble for remarks about Charlie Kirk himself or even remarks about his death, that's not strictly accurate. The comments that got him in trouble weren't about Kirk. In fact, Kimmel's first comments after his murder were a post reading, can we just for one day agree that it is horrible and monstrous? On behalf of my family, we send love to the Kirks and to all victim to senseless gun violence. What got Kimmel in trouble was a passing reference on Monday night. Now, at the time, there were still rumours flying around regarding the killer's motivations, including that he was on the far right, something that Kimmel alluded to like this.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Yeah, that was it. Weirdly, I was actually a guest on his show that night. And I didn't even register that comment, and that's only partly because I wasn't really paying attention. And I'm not to pick the offensive line out of his monologue, as YouTube is filled with comments under the video like, I'm still waiting for the offensive part. What did he say that got him fired? I'm rewatching the last week of episodes and I haven't heard it yet. It is even in the Dutch news. With a link to this, I watch this almost every day for a year now to stay covered for American news with a humoristic flow. The point like of his killing, the worst thing you could say is that he appears to have been wrong about the shooter's ideology, which, okay, but he was also pointing out that many on the right seem desperate to weaponize death and argument.
That's fucking accent.
Everything that's happened to Kimmel since.
Yeah, that's good.
Because that one line set off a firestorm in some corners of conservative media. And on Wednesday, Brendan Carr, the chair of the FCC, and James Cromwell, minus the raw sex appeal.
you know, when you look at the conduct that has taken place by Jimmy Kimmel, it appears to be some of the sickest conduct possible. Frankly, when you see stuff like this, I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct and take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or, you know, there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. And frankly, I think that it's really sort of past time that a lot of these licensed broadcasters themselves push back. We're going to preempt. We're not going to run Kimmel anymore until you straighten this out, because we licensed broadcaster, are running the possibility of fines or license revocations from the FCC if we continue to run content that ends up being a pattern of news distortion.
Yeah, we could do this the easy way.
Oh, they had